25. That was the number of men who sailed north in the summer of 1881. 25 American soldiers and scientists bound for the farthest reaches of the known world. They carried with them enough supplies for 2 years. They carried scientific instruments of the finest quality available to their age. And they carried the absolute confidence of a nation eager to plant its flag at the top of the world. They were young, most of them, eager, certain that the future held nothing but triumph. 6. That was the number who came home. 3 years after their departure, a rescue vessel would find 6 survivors huddled in a canvas tent on a barren spit of Arctic land. Their bodies had wasted to almost nothing. Their eyes had grown hollow. Their voices had faded to whispers. The other 19 had vanished into the ice, one by one, across a winter that stretched beyond all human endurance. 25 departed. 6 returned. And in the space between those numbers lies one of the most harrowing tales of Arctic exploration ever recorded. This is that story. July 7th, 1881. St. John's, Newfoundland. If you had stood on the waterfront that summer morning, you would have seen a harbor busy with the commerce of the sea. Fishing boats returning with their catches, merchant vessels loading and unloading cargo, the smell of salt and fish and coal smoke hanging in the air. And among all these ordinary vessels, you would have noticed one that was different. She was called the Proteus, a sturdy sealing ship, her hull reinforced with additional planking to withstand the pressure of ice. She sat low in the water, heavy with supplies. Crates and barrels filled every available space. Scientific instruments had been carefully packed and stowed. 2 years of provisions had been calculated and loaded. Along the waterfront, families had gathered to wave farewell. Wives clutching handkerchiefs, children too young to understand the gravity of the moment, friends offering final words of encouragement and caution. The air carried that particular heaviness that accompanies departures, which might become permanent. The men aboard wore the uniforms of the United States Army Signal Corps. They were not soldiers in the traditional sense. They had not been trained for combat. They were scientists and observers, men who had learned to measure temperature and wind speed, to track the movements of the magnetic poles, to record the data that would advance human understanding of the natural world. Their destination lay more than 2,000 miles to the north, beyond the reach of any telegraph line, beyond the reach of any railroad, beyond the reach of any reliable communication with the world they were leaving behind. The commander stood at the rail of the Proteus, watching the coast of Newfoundland begin to recede. His name was Adolphus Washington Greely. He was 37 years old, a veteran of the Civil War, a career officer in the Signal Corps. He believed absolutely in the mission he had been assigned. The morning was clear. The water was calm. The omens, if one believed in such things, were favorable. Greely could not have known, standing there at the rail, that he was sailing toward the longest continuous isolation any American expedition had ever endured. He could not have known that the ice would hold him for 3 years instead of 2. He could not have known that 19 of the men now waving goodbye to their families would never return. The Proteus turned her bow northward, and the journey began. What no one standing on that Newfoundland dock understood, what no one could have understood, was that the fate of the Greely Expedition would not be decided by the ice. It would not be decided by polar bears, or by frostbite, or by the crushing darkness of the Arctic winter. It would not be decided by any of the dangers that the men had prepared themselves to face. It would be decided by men in offices thousands of miles to the south. Men who would approve budgets and sign requisition forms. Men who would make decisions about relief ships while sitting in comfortable chairs in Washington, D.C. men who would never feel the cold that killed. The Arctic was simply the stage upon which this tragedy would unfold. The tragedy itself was written elsewhere. It was written in committee rooms where appropriations were debated. It was written in bureaucratic processes that moved with the urgency of glaciers. It was written in the gap between what was promised and what was delivered. The ice would prove patient and indifferent, as ice always is. The ice does not hate. The ice does not punish. The ice simply exists, vast and cold and utterly unconcerned with human ambition. But it was human failure, institutional failure, that would transform a scientific mission into a catastrophe. This is a truth that the official accounts would later obscure. This is a truth that the survivors themselves would spend decades trying to forget. But it is the truth nonetheless. The men aboard the Proteus believed they were sailing into the Arctic. In reality, they were sailing into an abyss of human negligence, and no amount of courage would be sufficient to overcome it. This is not simply the story of men who perished in the Arctic. Stories of men perishing in the Arctic are common enough. The 19th century is littered with them. Expeditions that vanished without trace, ships that became tombs, explorers whose names are remembered only because of how they died. This is something different. This is the story of men who were abandoned there. It is the story of how a nation sent its explorers beyond the edge of the known world and then failed, repeatedly and catastrophically, to bring them home. It is the story of 2 relief ships that never arrived, of supplies that were cached in the wrong places, in inadequate amounts, with inaccurate records, of a government that treated the rescue of its own citizens as a routine bureaucratic matter until it was far too late. It is also, quietly and importantly, the story of how ordinary men behave when stripped of everything that civilization provides. When the food runs out, when the cold becomes unbearable, when hope itself begins to fade. Some of those men became heroes. They maintained their dignity and their discipline until the very end. They died with their boots on, as the saying goes, doing their duty to the last. Others became something else entirely, something that the Victorian public could scarcely comprehend, something that the official records would work very hard to conceal. And their commander, Adolphus Greely, would carry the weight of their choices, all of their choices, for the rest of his long life. This is a story that unfolds slowly. It is not a story of sudden disaster. There is no single moment of catastrophe, no iceberg striking a hull, no avalanche sweeping away a camp. The Arctic rarely works that way. The Arctic prefers patience. The Arctic prefers the gradual accumulation of small failures, the slow erosion of resources and hope, the quiet arithmetic of starvation. So we will take our time. By minute 20 of this account, you will understand why the United States government sent these men into the Arctic in the first place. You will understand why their mission mattered, not just scientifically, but politically, symbolically, to a nation still healing from civil war. You will understand the pressures that shaped the expedition before it ever left port. By minute 40, you will see the first relief ship fail. You will watch the men of the expedition realize that they are stranded, that no help is coming, that they must survive another Arctic winter on supplies that were never meant to last that long. And you will begin to grasp the terrible mathematics of starvation that would govern everything that followed. By minute 90, you will witness the final winter, the winter at a place called Camp Clay, the winter that broke them. And by the end, if you stay with this account through its full length, you will know what the rescue party found on that desolate shore. You will know what was never spoken of publicly for decades afterward. You will understand why the survivors maintained their silence, and why that silence was both merciful and damning. But all of that lies ahead. For now, the Proteus is sailing north. The men are healthy and hopeful. The ice has not yet closed around them. So settle in, make yourself comfortable. Let the cold settle around you, if only in imagination, and let us begin where all such stories begin. With a map, and a dream, and a terrible distance. In the final decades of the 19th century, the unexplored regions of the Earth had become unbearably precious. Consider what had happened in the preceding generations. Africa had been crossed. Livingstone and Stanley and 100 lesser-known explorers had traced the rivers and mapped the mountains and cataloged the peoples of that vast continent. The blank spaces on the map of Africa had been filled in, one expedition at a time. The American West had been conquered. The transcontinental railroad linked ocean to ocean. The frontier that had once seemed infinite had been surveyed and subdivided and parceled out to settlers. The wilderness was giving way to farms and towns and the orderly progress of civilization. Australia had been circumnavigated and explored. The Pacific Islands had been charted. The trade routes of Asia were well established. The great age of terrestrial exploration was drawing to a close. But the polar regions remained. The Arctic and Antarctic continued to resist. They continued to swallow expeditions whole. They continued to represent the last true frontiers available to nations hungry for glory. And no nation was hungrier than the United States of America. The country had emerged from civil war barely 15 years before the Greely Expedition sailed. That war had torn the nation apart. It had killed more than 600,000 men. It had left wounds that were still healing, divisions that were still raw. Now the reunited nation sought to prove itself on the world stage. European powers had dominated polar exploration for generations. The British had sent expedition after expedition in search of the Northwest Passage. The Scandinavians had developed expertise in Arctic survival that no other culture could match. The great scientific societies of London and Berlin and Paris looked down upon the young American Republic as a newcomer, an upstart, a nation of merchants and farmers with no tradition of serious exploration. America had contributed little to the polar quest. Its few Arctic expeditions had ended in failure or obscurity. The nation that had conquered a continent found itself a newcomer in the frozen north. This was the context in which the International Polar Year was conceived. In 1879, representatives of 11 nations gathered to propose something unprecedented: a coordinated scientific effort spanning the entire Arctic and Antarctic. Research stations would be established at intervals around the polar circles. Data would be collected simultaneously at all these stations, creating for the first time a comprehensive portrait of the Earth's magnetic and meteorological behavior at high latitudes. It was pure science, untainted by territorial ambition, or so the organizers claimed. But for each participating nation, there was also the matter of prestige. The station you established, the latitude you reached, the discoveries you made, these would reflect upon your nation's standing in the world. And for the United States, there was something more: a chance to establish the northernmost research station ever attempted, a chance to plant the American flag closer to the pole than any flag had ever flown before, a chance to prove that the young republic could compete with the great powers of Europe in the arena of polar exploration. The nation that had been tearing itself apart 15 years earlier would now reach for the top of the world. The location chosen for the American station was Lady Franklin Bay. If you trace your finger along a map of the Arctic, following the eastern coast of Ellesmere Island where it faces Greenland across the frozen waters of the Kane Basin, you will eventually find it. A small indentation in the coastline at latitude 81 degrees, 44 minutes north. It was a place of superlatives and extremes. At that latitude, the proposed station would stand closer to the North Pole than any permanent human habitation in history, more than 500 miles beyond the Arctic Circle, more than 1,000 miles from the nearest major settlement. The nearest neighbors, if they could be called neighbors, were Inuit hunters who occasionally ventured into these waters in pursuit of game. They spoke no English. They shared no common culture with the American soldiers who would soon arrive, and even they did not remain in these latitudes year-round. Beyond the Inuit, nothing. The nearest telegraph office was more than 2,000 miles to the south. The nearest hospital, the nearest church, the nearest courthouse, all impossibly distant, all belonging to a different world entirely. For 4 months each year, the sun would not rise at Lady Franklin Bay. The men who established a station there would live in continuous darkness, taking their measurements by lamplight, recording their observations under stars that wheeled endlessly overhead without ever touching the horizon. For 4 months in summer, the sun would not set. They would attempt to sleep beneath a brightness that never dimmed, their bodies confused, their natural rhythms disrupted, the line between day and night erased entirely. And in between these extremes, the ice would advance and retreat according to its own ancient schedule, opening channels of water when it pleased, closing them when it pleased, permitting passage or refusing it according to laws that had governed these waters since long before humanity existed. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. The expedition would sail north in the summer of 1881. They would establish their research station at Lady Franklin Bay. They would conduct scientific observations for 2 years, contributing their data to the great international effort. In the summer of 1882, a relief ship would arrive with fresh supplies and mail from home. The men would exchange letters with their families. They would receive news of the outside world. Their provisions would be replenished. In the summer of 1883, the same relief ship would return to collect them. They would sail south to celebration and scientific recognition. Their names would be remembered as pioneers, as heroes of polar science. 2 years in the ice. A straightforward rotation. Nothing unprecedented by the standards of polar exploration. But polar exploration had a way of making simple plans irrelevant. And this plan, elegant as it appeared on paper, contained within it the seeds of catastrophe. Adolphus Washington Greely was not an explorer by training or temperament. He was a military man, a creature of regulations and proper channels and the orderly chain of command. He had grown up in Massachusetts, the son of a shoemaker, in modest circumstances that taught him the value of discipline and hard work. He enlisted in the Union Army at age 17, 3 days after the first shots were fired at Fort Sumter. He was young and idealistic and burning with the conviction that the cause of the Union was just. He fought through the war. He was wounded. He was promoted. He emerged as a first lieutenant, having proven himself reliable and steady under the most demanding conditions imaginable. After the war, he joined the Signal Corps. The Signal Corps was responsible for weather observation, for communication networks, for the emerging science of meteorology. It was not a glamorous assignment. It did not offer opportunities for martial glory, but it suited Greely's temperament perfectly. He was patient, he was precise, he was comfortable with tedium. He spent years in the remote posts of the American West, observing weather patterns and maintaining telegraph lines in territories where isolation was simply part of the duty. He learned to live with loneliness. He learned to maintain discipline in conditions that eroded discipline. When the War Department sought a commander for the Lady Franklin Bay expedition, Greely's name rose naturally to the top of the list. He was not famous. He had never led a polar expedition. He had never even visited the Arctic. But he was available, competent, and entirely willing. He accepted the command without hesitation. What Greely did not possess, and could not have possessed, was experience in the high Arctic. No American officer of that generation had such experience. The nation had produced no great polar explorers, no accumulated wisdom about survival in conditions that could kill a man in hours. Greely would have to learn as he went. And the Arctic is not a forgiving teacher. He was also a man of his time in ways that would prove consequential. He believed in hierarchy. He believed that enlisted men should obey officers without question. He believed that discipline could overcome any hardship, that proper military bearing would see them through any crisis. These beliefs would be tested absolutely in the years ahead. There is a photograph of Greely taken before the expedition departed. He stands in his uniform, bearded in the fashion of the era, his eyes holding the quiet confidence of a man who has never failed catastrophically at anything. He does not look like a man who will watch 19 of his companions die. He does not look like a man who will order one of his own soldiers executed. He does not look like a man who will carry accusations of unspeakable acts for the rest of his days. But photographs reveal only surfaces, and Greely's depths would be plumbed in the years ahead. The expedition was ready. The men were assembled. The ship was loaded. The orders had been signed and countersigned by all the appropriate authorities. In 3 years, survivors would be discovered barely clinging to life on a frozen shore. Questions would be asked that could never be comfortably answered. Accusations would be made that would follow the survivors to their graves. But in the summer of 1881, all of that lay hidden beneath the horizon. The Proteus was sailing north. The sun was shining on the waters of the North Atlantic. And 25 men believed, with all their hearts, that they were embarking on the adventure of their lives. Let the journey begin. The men chosen for the Lady Franklin Bay expedition were drawn from across the nation and across the social hierarchies of Gilded Age America. There were 25 in total, 2 officers, including Greely himself, 22 enlisted men of the Signal Corps and the regular army, 1 civilian doctor. They ranged in age from 19 to 45. They came from cities and farms, from immigrant families recently arrived in America, and from old stock whose ancestors had fought in the Revolution. Some had received formal education. Some could barely write their own names. Some had chosen the army as a deliberate career. Others had drifted into service for lack of better options. What united them was willingness. Each had volunteered for this mission. Each had raised his hand when the call went out for men willing to spend 2 years in the Arctic, in conditions no American military expedition had ever faced. Their motivations varied as widely as their backgrounds. Some sought adventure. The Arctic represented the ultimate frontier, the last place on Earth where a man could test himself against nature in its most unforgiving form. For young men raised on stories of exploration and discovery, the expedition offered a chance to become part of that tradition. Some sought escape. The Army in the 1880s was not always a happy place. The posts were remote, the duties tedious, the pay modest. A 2-year assignment to the Arctic, exotic as it sounded, might be preferable to another 2 years of routine garrison duty in some forgotten corner of the American West. Some believed genuinely in the scientific mission. The International Polar Year represented something new in human history, a coordinated global effort to understand the natural world. To be part of that effort, to contribute data that would advance human knowledge, was a form of service that transcended national boundaries. And some, perhaps, simply did not understand what they were volunteering for. The Arctic was an abstraction to most Americans, a white space on the map, a place of ice and polar bears and midnight sun, encountered in storybooks and magazine articles but never in lived experience. How cold could it really be? How dark could the winter really become? How difficult could survival really prove? They would learn. Let me introduce you to some of the men who would learn these lessons. Lieutenant Frederick Kisslingberry was Greely's second-in-command, at least initially. He was an experienced Army officer, older than most of the enlisted men, a man of some social standing who saw the expedition as an opportunity for advancement and recognition. He had a wife and children back home. He had expectations of promotion upon his return. But Kisslingberry and Greely did not get along. Almost from the beginning, the two officers clashed. Kisslingberry found Greely rigid and inflexible. Greely found Kisslingberry insubordinate and unreliable. Their conflict would fester throughout the expedition, adding a layer of dysfunction to a situation that would become desperate enough without it. Sergeant David Brainard was younger, steadier, the kind of non-commissioned officer upon whom armies actually depend. He was conscientious and capable, respected by the men under him, trusted by the officers above him. He kept meticulous journals throughout the expedition, recording daily events with the precision of a trained observer. Those journals would later provide the most detailed and reliable account of what transpired at Lady Franklin Bay and at Camp Clay. Without Brainard's careful record-keeping, much of what we know about the expedition would have been lost. He would also prove to be one of the survivors. Private Charles Henry was a different sort entirely. He was a man of uncertain background and questionable character. He had enlisted in the Army under circumstances that were never entirely clear, possibly to escape trouble elsewhere. He was physically capable but morally unreliable, the kind of man who would take shortcuts when supervision was lax. In ordinary circumstances, a man like Henry would have been a minor problem, a source of friction but nothing more. In the circumstances that awaited at Camp Clay, he would become something far worse. Dr. Octave Pavey was the expedition's surgeon. He was French by birth, a naturalized American citizen, trained in European medical schools. He was skilled in his profession and knowledgeable about Arctic conditions. He had actually spent time in Greenland before joining the expedition, which gave him more polar experience than anyone else aboard except possibly the ship's captain. But Pavey possessed a temperament that would clash repeatedly with Greely's rigid sense of military hierarchy. He was independent-minded, accustomed to the autonomy that physicians traditionally enjoyed, resistant to taking orders from a man he did not consider his military superior. The tension between Greely and Pavey would grow throughout the expedition. It would add another source of conflict to a group already under tremendous pressure. And Pavey would die at Camp Clay, just 16 days before rescue finally arrived, carrying to his grave whatever secrets he had witnessed during those final terrible months. These were the principal figures, but each of the 25 carried his own story into the ice, his own hopes and fears, his own particular strengths and weaknesses, his own vulnerability to the pressures that awaited. Some would prove heroic beyond any reasonable expectation. Some would prove merely human. And some would prove that the line between heroism and horror is thinner than any of us wish to believe. The Proteus departed St. John's on July 7th, 1881, and turned her bow northward into waters that grew steadily colder and more strange. Within days, the coastline of Labrador slid past to the west. It was a harsh and beautiful land, a place of rock and stunted trees and deep fjords cutting into the continental mass. Few people lived there. Fewer still visited. Then Greenland appeared to the east. The world's largest island rose from the sea like a wall of ice. Its glaciers glittered in the endless summer light, blue and white and impossibly ancient. Rivers of ice flowed down from the interior, calving icebergs into the sea with a sound like distant thunder. For the men aboard the Proteus, many of whom had never seen an iceberg before leaving Newfoundland, the landscape was unlike anything they had imagined. The ice came in forms they had no words for. There were bergs as large as cathedrals, their underwater masses extending far below the surface, only a fraction of their bulk visible above the waterline. Some were flat-topped, like floating mesas. Others were sculpted into fantastic shapes by wind and water and the slow work of melting. There was pack ice, stretching to every horizon in some directions, white and blue and alien. The pack was not solid, but rather a mosaic of individual floes, pressing against one another, grinding and groaning, opening leads of dark water and closing them again according to patterns that no human eye could predict. There were pressure ridges where floes had collided and crumpled upward into walls of frozen chaos. Some of these ridges rose 20 feet or more, jagged and impassable, the accumulated result of forces that could crush a ship like paper. And the colors. The colors were wrong somehow. The blues were too deep, too numerous. They shaded from the palest aquamarine, almost white, to a darkness that seemed to have no bottom, a blue so intense it was almost purple. The whites were not simply white but contained grays and yellows and the faintest hints of green, colors that shifted as the light changed, as the sun circled the horizon without ever setting. The silence was wrong too. When the ship's engine stopped, when the wind died, when the ice held still, the silence was so complete that men could hear their own heartbeats. They could hear their own breathing. They could hear the small sounds of their own bodies functioning, sounds normally drowned out by the noise of civilized life. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. And it never quite allowed them to forget that they were very, very far from home. The Proteus encountered ice resistance, but nothing impassable. The summer of 1881 was favorable for navigation. Channels opened when they were needed. Leads of dark water appeared between the floes, allowing the ship to thread her way northward. The captain knew these waters from previous voyages. He read the ice with the skill of long experience, finding passages that less experienced eyes would have missed. On August 11th, after more than a month at sea, Lady Franklin Bay appeared before them. The site chosen for the research station was a small natural harbor on the western shore of the bay. It was called Discovery Harbor, named by an earlier British expedition that had passed through these waters years before. A modest indentation in the coastline, offering some protection from the moving ice and the relentless Arctic winds. Behind the harbor, the land rose toward the interior of Ellesmere Island. It was not land in any recognizable sense, not land that would support farms or forests or any of the vegetation that made life possible in temperate zones. It was rock and gravel and permafrost, a frozen moonscape where nothing grew except lichen and the hardiest of Arctic plants. But it was solid ground, and in the Arctic, solid ground counts for something. Greely named the site Fort Conger after a senator who had supported the expedition's funding. It was a modest tribute, but tributes had to be paid. The expedition existed because Congress had appropriated the funds, and Congress responded to the recognition of its members. Within hours of arrival, the work began. The Proteus had carried, in addition to all the supplies and scientific instruments, a prefabricated wooden house. This structure would be their home for the next 2 years, and the men assembled it with the urgency of animals preparing for winter. They knew the clock was ticking. Summer in the high Arctic is brief. The window of open water that had allowed the Proteus to reach Lady Franklin Bay would not remain open indefinitely. The ship needed to turn south before the ice closed the channels permanently. Every hour counted. The house went up with remarkable speed. The walls were double thickness, with insulating material packed between the inner and outer layers. The roof was peaked to shed snow. Windows were small and few to minimize heat loss. A stove would provide warmth and allow cooking. It was modest by any standard. Roughly 60 feet long and 17 feet wide. Space for 25 men to sleep in bunks arranged along the walls, to cook in a common kitchen, to eat at common tables, to live in each other's presence every moment of every day for months on end. There would be no privacy. There would be no escape. If a man grew tired of his companions, if he found their habits irritating or their presence oppressive, there was nowhere to go. The Arctic outside the walls would kill him. The Arctic inside the walls was all the world he had. But it was shelter, and in the Arctic, shelter is everything. The men unloaded supplies with similar urgency. Crates of canned goods, vegetables, meats, fruits preserved by the latest methods of the age. Barrels of hardtack, the dense, dry bread that had sustained sailors and soldiers for centuries. Equipment for the scientific observations that justified the entire enterprise. Personal effects, books, writing materials, photographs of loved ones that would remind them of homes they might never see again. On August 26th, the Proteus departed. Greely and his men stood on the shore of Lady Franklin Bay and watched her go. The ship grew smaller against the gray water, then smaller still. Then she vanished entirely behind a headland, and the sound of her engines faded into the Arctic silence. They were alone. The nearest human beings of their own culture were more than 2,000 miles to the south. The nearest human beings of any kind were Inuit hunters, somewhere far to the south, people with whom they shared no language and no certainty of contact. The Proteus would return in a year with fresh supplies and letters from home. 1 year, 12 months, 365 days. They could count them if they wished. The sun was already beginning to dip lower in the sky. Each day now lost minutes of light. The long descent toward polar night was beginning. Winter was coming, and there was nothing to do but wait for it. What followed was, more or less, what the men had been prepared for. The sun set for the final time in mid-October. It slipped below the southern horizon and did not rise again. For 135 days, the men of the Lady Franklin Bay Expedition lived in darkness. Not twilight, not diminished light, actual darkness. Stars wheeled overhead in constellations that never changed position because the sun never rose to wash them out. The moon, when it appeared, cast shadows so sharp they seemed carved from the snow. The aurora borealis danced across the sky in curtains of green and red and purple, beautiful beyond description, eerie beyond comprehension. And Fort Conger became the entire world. The small wooden house, with its stove and its lamps and its 25 men packed together like cargo, was all that stood between them and the killing cold outside. They fell into routines. Scientific observations continued regardless of conditions. That was the purpose of their presence, after all. Every hour, someone recorded the temperature outside the shelter. Wind speed and direction were measured. The magnetic instruments required constant attention, their delicate needles responding to forces that flowed through the earth itself. The data accumulated, notebooks filled with numbers. The contribution to science that justified their presence took shape, one observation at a time. But there was also emptiness to fill. Hours and days and weeks that stretched without obvious purpose beyond waiting. They read. Fort Conger had a small library, a few hundred volumes selected for their ability to entertain and educate men far from home. The books circulated endlessly. A man would read a novel, pass it to his neighbor, watch it travel around the room, and eventually receive it again months later, having forgotten enough of the plot to enjoy it afresh. They played games. Cards and chess and checkers, the traditional pastimes of soldiers in garrison. The games helped pass the time. They also created competition, and competition created friction, and friction in such close quarters could fester into something ugly. They argued. 25 men in confined space will inevitably find reasons for conflict. Greely maintained discipline as best he could. He enforced routines. He punished infractions. He reminded the men, constantly, that they were soldiers, that they were on duty, that personal grievances had no place in an Arctic winter. But discipline could not eliminate friction. It could only suppress it. The darkness pressed against the windows. The cold reached temperatures that made exposed flesh freeze in seconds. The wind screamed across the ice with a sound like something alive and hungry. And still they endured. They celebrated holidays. Thanksgiving was observed with a special meal, the best they could manage from their stores. Christmas brought brief relaxation of the daily routine, a few hours of festivity in the lamplight while the Arctic darkness pressed close around them. New Year's Eve and then New Year's Day of 1882 marked another milestone in their isolation. Spring came eventually. It always does, even in the Arctic. The sun returned in late February, a thin sliver of light appearing above the southern horizon for a few minutes before disappearing again. Each day brought a little more light. The darkness that had seemed eternal began, slowly, to lift. By April, the sun was circling the horizon without setting. The endless night had given way to endless day. And the men began to watch the southern horizon for the ship that would bring their relief. The first year passed. Fort Conger held. The scientific mission proceeded exactly as planned. 25 men had survived an Arctic winter without losing a single member. No one had died of cold or accident or disease. The discipline that Greely had enforced, rigid as it sometimes seemed, had held the expedition together through the darkest months. This was no small achievement. Other expeditions had fared far worse. Now came the summer of 1882. The relief ship was expected. Fresh supplies would arrive. Mail from home would bring news of families and friends. The provisions that had dwindled through the winter would be replenished. The second year would be easier than the first. That was the expectation. That was the plan. But the Arctic had other plans. And somewhere far to the south, in offices and committee rooms where the temperature never dropped below comfortable, decisions were being made that would seal the expedition's fate. The plan for resupply had been established before the expedition ever departed. It was written into the official orders. It was understood by everyone involved. It was, on paper, a perfectly reasonable plan. Each summer, a relief ship would sail north from Newfoundland. The ship would follow the same route the Proteus had taken in 1881, threading through the ice of the Kane Basin, reaching Lady Franklin Bay while the summer channels remained open. The ship would bring fresh supplies, food, fuel, equipment to replace whatever had worn out or broken during the winter. It would bring personal mail, letters from wives and parents and children, news of the outside world, reminders that somewhere beyond the ice, ordinary life continued. And if ice conditions prevented the ship from reaching Fort Conger directly, this was acknowledged as a possibility. Supplies would be cached at predetermined points along the coast. Greely knew these locations. He had been given maps and coordinates. If the relief ship could not reach him, he could send parties south to retrieve what was needed. And if 2 consecutive relief expeditions failed, If 2 summers passed without contact, Greely was to abandon Fort Conger and retreat southward to a point called Cape Sabine. Supply caches would be waiting there. Rescue would eventually come. These were the contingencies. They were written in official orders. Everyone understood them. What the orders could not anticipate was the degree to which things would go wrong. The relief ship for 1882 was the Neptune. She was a vessel similar to the Proteus, reinforced for ice, capable of pushing through conditions that would stop an ordinary ship. She sailed from St. John's in July with supplies for the stranded expedition and a crew eager to reach their countrymen in the frozen north. She never came close. The summer of 1882 was not like the summer of 1881. The ice did not cooperate. Channels that had been opened the previous year remained frozen. Pack ice choked the Kane Basin and refused to yield. The Neptune pushed north as far as she could, her reinforced bow crashing through floes that would have crushed an ordinary hull. But the ice grew thicker, and thicker still. And finally, the captain made a decision. He could not risk losing the ship. He could not risk stranding his own crew in the Arctic. He had gone as far as prudence allowed. The Neptune turned back. Before retreating, the crew left a cache of supplies at a point called Cape Hawks. It was far to the south of Fort Conger, more than 200 miles from where Greely and his men waited, but it was something. They also left a message, explaining that they had been unable to proceed, assuring the expedition that another attempt would be made the following summer. Then they sailed south. The Neptune returned to Newfoundland. Her captain reported the failure to the authorities. The War Department received the news and began planning for the following year. At Fort Conger, Greely and his men knew nothing of this. They watched the southern horizon through July and August. They saw no ship. They received no message. And as summer faded into autumn, and the ice began once again to close around them, they understood that the relief had failed. Throughout July and August of 1882, the men of the Lady Franklin Bay Expedition watched the southern horizon with increasing anxiety. The relief ship was expected. It was overdue. It did not appear. Greely dispatched parties southward to check the cache locations specified in the original plan. Perhaps the ship had arrived but been unable to reach Fort Conger. Perhaps supplies had been left somewhere along the coast. The parties returned with nothing. No supplies. No messages. No indication that any ship had approached within 200 miles of their position. The implications were troubling, but they were not yet catastrophic. Ice conditions varied from year to year. Every man who had studied Arctic exploration knew this. Some summers, the channels opened wide and ships could sail almost to the pole. Other summers, the ice remained solid and impenetrable, closing routes that had been opened the year before. A single failed relief was a setback. It was not a disaster. Fort Conger still held adequate supplies for another winter. Hunting had supplemented their provisions throughout the year, musk oxen and Arctic hares and the occasional seal. The men were healthy. The shelter was intact. The scientific mission could continue. Greely made the decision to remain in place. This was consistent with his orders. Retreat was only mandated after 2 consecutive failures. One failed relief, however disappointing, was survivable. But the men felt the weight of isolation more heavily now. The certainty of rescue had been their psychological anchor. Through the long darkness of the first winter, they had held to the knowledge that summer would bring a ship, that contact with the outside world would be restored, that their isolation was temporary. That certainty was now in question. What if the ship failed again next year? What if conditions remained unfavorable? What if something had gone wrong in Washington? Funding cut, priorities shifted, their expedition forgotten in the press of other concerns. These questions circled through their minds as the second winter began. The sun descended once again toward the southern horizon. The darkness returned, and somewhere far to the south, in offices and committee rooms where the temperature never dropped below comfortable, decisions were being made that would determine whether those 25 men lived or died. The failure of the Neptune's mission should have triggered urgent action. 25 American soldiers were stranded in the Arctic. They had supplies for a limited period. Another relief attempt was not optional. It was essential. But the War Department moved slowly. This was not malice. It was not indifference in the personal sense. The officials involved were not villains. They were bureaucrats doing their jobs according to the procedures that governed their work. Funding had to be approved. Appropriations in the United States government did not happen automatically. They required action by Congress. They required committee hearings and floor debates and the reconciliation of different priorities. The men in the Arctic were not the only claimants on federal resources. A suitable ship had to be procured. The Navy did not maintain a fleet of ice-reinforced vessels ready for Arctic service at a moment's notice. Ships had to be found, inspected, modified if necessary, prepared for the voyage. This took time. A commander had to be selected. The leader of a relief expedition carried tremendous responsibility. He had to be experienced enough to navigate Arctic waters, resourceful enough to overcome unexpected obstacles, authoritative enough to command his crew. Finding the right man was not a trivial matter. Supplies had to be assembled and loaded. Food, fuel, clothing, equipment, medical supplies, replacement parts for scientific instruments, all had to be gathered, inventoried, packed, and transported to the departure point. Months passed. The summer of 1883 approached. The ship chosen for the second relief attempt was the Proteus herself, the same vessel that had carried the expedition north in 1881. She was a proven ship, familiar with Arctic waters. She had made the voyage successfully before. But the organization of the expedition was troubled from the start. Lieutenant Ernest Garlington was placed in command of the relief effort. He was young. He was inexperienced in polar conditions. and he was given resources that were arguably inadequate for the mission's difficulty. The original plan had called for 2 ships to sail in company, so that if one was lost, the other could continue the mission. But 2 ships were expensive. The appropriation was limited. Garlington sailed with only the Proteus. The original plan had called for substantial backup supplies, cached at multiple points along the route. But substantial supplies were expensive. The appropriation was limited. Garlington carried barely enough to establish a single cache. The Proteus sailed in July of 1883. She carried supplies for the stranded expedition. She carried explicit orders to reach them if at all possible. She also carried a single small steam launch, intended to ferry supplies ashore if the main ship could not approach the coast. This would prove to be a critical deficiency. The ice of 1883 was worse than the ice of 1882. The Proteus pushed north through conditions that grew increasingly hostile. Ice pressed against her hull. Channels closed behind her. The temperature of the water dropped toward freezing. And then on July 23rd, near a point called Cape Sabine, disaster struck. The Proteus became trapped in moving ice. The pressure built. The hull groaned. And then, with terrible speed, the ice crushed through the wooden planking. The Proteus sank in less than an hour. Her crew escaped onto the ice floes, saving themselves and a small fraction of the supplies intended for Greely's men. They made their way to shore. They cached what little they had salvaged. They eventually reached Greenland and civilization. But the relief mission had failed. Completely. Catastrophically. No ship would reach Fort Conger that summer. No supplies would reach Greely and his men. And most of the provisions intended for their survival now lay at the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. What remained after the Proteus sank was pitifully inadequate. Garlington and his men had managed to save themselves and some of their equipment. They had struggled across the ice to the shore of Cape Sabine. They had established a camp and begun to cache whatever supplies they could salvage. The cache they left contained approximately 500 rations. 500 rations. Enough to feed 25 men for perhaps 3 weeks. They also left a message. The message explained what had happened: the Proteus crushed by ice, the supplies lost, the crew making their way south toward Greenland. It assured Greely that further rescue attempts would be made. It expressed confidence that the expedition would be saved. But the message contained an error that would haunt everyone involved. Garlington wrote that 240 rations had been cached at a nearby location called Cape Isabella. This was not accurate. The supplies at Cape Isabella were far smaller than indicated. Whether this was a miscounting, a miscommunication, or simple confusion in the chaos of the shipwreck, the result was the same. Greely, when he eventually read the message, would believe that far more food awaited him than actually existed. He would make his plans accordingly, and those plans would prove fatal. At Fort Conger, Greely had already begun preparations to abandon the station. He knew the orders. 2 consecutive relief failures mandated retreat. 2 summers had now passed without contact. Whatever had happened to the relief ships, and he could only speculate, it was clear that no help was coming to Lady Franklin Bay. Cape Sabine was the designated rendezvous point. Supply caches were supposed to be waiting there. Rescue would eventually come. Greely did not know that the Proteus had sunk. He did not know that the cache at Cape Sabine contained barely enough food to matter. He did not know that the message waiting for him at Cape Sabine contained errors that would cost lives. In August of 1883, the Lady Franklin Bay Expedition broke up their station. They loaded their boats with what supplies remained. They said goodbye to Fort Conger, the wooden house that had sheltered them through 2 Arctic winters. And they began the dangerous journey south. They believed they were sailing toward rescue. They believed that adequate supplies awaited them at Cape Sabine. They believed that the worst was behind them. They were wrong on all counts. They were sailing toward starvation. 2 relief ships had been sent. Both had failed. The Neptune had turned back, defeated by ice. The Proteus lay at the bottom of the Kane Basin, crushed by the same ice she had been sent to navigate. The supplies intended for the expedition were scattered. A few hundred rations cached at Cape Sabine, a few hundred more at Cape Isabella, or so the message claimed, and everything else lost beneath the Arctic waters. And 25 men were now traveling south through ice-choked channels toward a rendezvous point that could not sustain them. The tragedy was now in motion. What followed would test every man's limits. What followed would reveal truths about human nature that most of us would prefer not to know. What followed would determine, in the starkest possible terms, who among those 25 men would live and who would die. Let us continue. On August 9th, 1883, Greely gave the order to abandon Fort Conger. The decision was not made lightly. Fort Conger had been their home for 2 years. Its walls were familiar. Its routines were established. The stove that had kept them warm through 2 polar winters, the bunks where they had slept through 135 days of darkness, the small library they had read and reread until the pages grew soft. All of this had become, in its way, a kind of home. More than that, Fort Conger represented safety. The shelter was solid. The scientific instruments were still functioning. They knew how to survive there. They had proven that they could survive there. But the orders were clear. 2 consecutive relief failures meant retreat. The contingency plans, written before the expedition ever departed, specified exactly what Greely was to do in this situation. He was to abandon the station. He was to travel south to Cape Sabine. He was to wait there for rescue. The orders did not contemplate the possibility that Cape Sabine might hold inadequate supplies. The orders did not contemplate the possibility that rescue might not come for another year. The orders assumed that the relief system would function as designed, that even if ships could not reach Fort Conger, they would at least deposit sufficient supplies at the fallback locations. Greely followed his orders. He was a military man. Following orders was what he did. The alternative, remaining at Fort Conger in defiance of explicit instructions, was unthinkable. If he stayed and something went wrong, if his men died because he had ignored the contingency plans, the responsibility would fall entirely upon him. Better to follow orders. Better to trust the system. The men loaded their boats. These were small vessels, never intended for the journey they now faced. Steam launches and whaleboats, designed for short trips in relatively calm waters. They would be traveling more than 250 miles through conditions that could destroy a ship 10 times their size. They carried what supplies remained from Fort Conger, approximately 40 days of full rations, plus whatever additional provisions they could squeeze aboard. They carried equipment and personal effects that should perhaps have been left behind, items that added weight without adding to their survival. They carried, too, the scientific records of 2 years' observations, the data they had gathered, the purpose of their presence in the Arctic, the contribution they had made to the International Polar Year. Greely insisted on bringing these records. The scientific mission mattered. Even now, even as they prepared to flee for their lives, the scientific mission mattered. The journey south would cover more than 250 miles, through waters that were freezing even as they traveled, across ice floes that could crush a boat without warning, past icebergs that calved into the sea with enough force to generate waves capable of swamping any craft. They departed in the long light of Arctic summer, the sun still circling the horizon without setting. But that light was already fading. Each day brought them closer to the autumn equinox, closer to the moment when the sun would dip below the horizon and remain there. They had weeks, perhaps a month, to reach Cape Sabine before conditions became impossible. In favorable conditions, the journey was entirely achievable. Men had made similar journeys before. But conditions in the Arctic are rarely favorable, and these conditions would prove to be anything but. The retreat was brutal from the very first day. The boats were open to the elements. There was no cabin to shelter in, no deck to stand upon, no protection from the wind that blew constantly across the ice. The men huddled in the hulls of their small craft, exposed to spray that froze on their clothing, to cold that seeped into their bones, to a chill that seemed to come from the earth itself. They rowed when they could. When the water was open, when the leads between ice floes allowed passage, the men took up their oars and pulled with whatever strength they had remaining. The boats crept southward, mile by painful mile. They drifted when they could not row. When the ice closed in, when the channels disappeared, when there was no path forward, they simply waited. They sat in their boats on the frozen sea and watched the ice, hopping for an opening, praying for a lead to appear. They hauled their vessels over ice floes when the water froze around them. This was the worst work of all. When the boats became trapped in solidifying ice, the men had to drag them across the floes to reach open water on the other side. They harnessed themselves like draft animals and pulled, their feet slipping on the ice, their backs screaming in protest, their lungs burning in the frozen air. Progress was measured in miles that felt inadequate. 10 miles one day when conditions cooperated. 3 miles the next when the ice was more stubborn. Sometimes nothing at all. The expedition trapped on a floe for days, waiting for the channels to open, watching their supplies dwindle. The food began to run low almost immediately. Greely had calculated their rations based on an expected journey of perhaps 2 weeks. 2 weeks should have been sufficient. In reasonable conditions, with reasonable luck, they could have reached Cape Sabine in 2 weeks. But 2 weeks passed, and they were not yet halfway to their destination. The daily food allowance was reduced, and reduced again. What had been adequate became insufficient. What had been merely uncomfortable became genuinely debilitating. The men grew weak. Rowing became more difficult. Each stroke of the oars required effort that depleted bodies could barely provide. The work that had been merely exhausting became a trial of endurance, each day harder than the one before. The cold intensified as August gave way to September. Ice formed on the gunwales of the boats. Water that splashed aboard froze almost instantly, coating everything in a layer of frost. The men's clothing, never adequate for such conditions, offered less protection with each passing day. Moisture accumulated in the fabric, froze, and drew heat from their bodies with merciless efficiency. Frostbite appeared. Fingers turned white, then gray, then black. Toes followed. The circulation that should have kept extremities warm was failing as the body prioritized its core, as the heart concentrated its diminishing resources on the organs essential for survival. And yet they continued. They had no choice. Somewhere to the south lay Cape Sabine. Somewhere to the south lay the supply caches that would save them. Somewhere to the south lay the hope of rescue, of ships returning, of salvation from the ordeal they now endured. They held to that hope because hope was all they had. The ice cared nothing for their hope. The cold cared nothing for their suffering. The Arctic continued its ancient rhythms, indifferent to the tiny boats struggling across its surface, indifferent to the men whose lives hung in the balance. Mile by painful mile, they crept toward Cape Sabine. Mile by painful mile, they approached the truth that awaited them there. On October 15, 1883, after more than 2 months of struggle, the Lady Franklin Bay expedition finally reached Cape Sabine. 2 months, 67 days of fighting the ice, 67 days of dwindling rations, 67 days of cold and exhaustion, and the growing fear that they would never reach their destination. But they had arrived. The boats ground up onto the rocky shore. The men stumbled out onto solid ground, their legs unsteady after so long at sea, their bodies weakened by the journey they had endured. The condition of the expedition was already dire. Exhaustion had worn them to shadows of the men who had departed Fort Conger. Faces that had been full were now hollow. Bodies that had been strong were now gaunt. The reduced rations had begun the slow process of starvation, a process that would accelerate terribly in the months ahead. Frostbite had claimed fingers and toes. Some men could barely walk. Some could barely use their hands. The injuries they had sustained during the journey would not heal. In the conditions that awaited them, healing was impossible. The damage was permanent. But they had arrived. The caches were here. Relief would come. This was what they believed. This was what they needed to believe. Greely sent party to locate the supplies that had been left by the failed relief expeditions. The men spread out across the barren landscape of Cape Sabine, searching for the food that would determine their survival. They knew approximately where the caches should be. They had coordinates, landmarks, descriptions. What they found was devastating. The cache left by Garlington's expedition contained approximately 500 rations. 500 rations for 25 men. That was 20 days of full rations, perhaps 40 days if they cut the daily allowance in half, perhaps 80 days if they reduced it further still to levels that would barely sustain life. But winter was coming. The ice would seal the channels within weeks. No ship could reach them until spring. Spring was 6 months away. 6 months. 180 days. They did not have 180 days of food. The cache at Cape Isabella, supposedly containing 240 additional rations, held barely enough to matter. Garlington's message had been wrong. Whether through error or confusion, the promised supplies did not exist. Additional caches from earlier expeditions, supplies left by British explorers years before, added small amounts. But these were old supplies, some of them deteriorated, some of them inadequate even when fresh. Greely calculated what was available. He counted his men. He divided the one into the other. The arithmetic was clear. The arithmetic was inescapable. They had enough food to provide full rations for approximately 40 days. 50 days at reduced rations. Perhaps 100 days if they cut the daily allowance to a level that would weaken them further still. They needed 180 days. The gap between what they had and what they needed was the gap that would kill them. Greely understood immediately what the numbers meant. He was a military man. He was accustomed to logistics, to calculations, to the cold mathematics of supply and demand. He had overseen operations where resources had to be stretched, where efficiency was essential, where waste could not be tolerated. But this was different. This was not a question of efficiency. This was a question of survival. No amount of discipline could create food that did not exist. No amount of military bearing could stretch 50 days of rations into 180. No amount of orders, no matter how firmly given or faithfully obeyed, could bridge the gap between what they had and what they needed. They would have to supplement their supplies through hunting and foraging. This was the only hope. Seals, if they could be found, would provide meat and blubber, calories that could sustain life through the winter months. A single seal could feed the entire party for days. A successful hunting season could make the difference between survival and starvation. Birds might provide additional food if any remained this late in the season. Ptarmigan and other Arctic fowl could be shot and eaten. Shrimp could be netted from the frigid waters. Tiny creatures, each providing almost nothing, but in sufficient quantity they might help fill the gaps. And if nothing else was available, they could eat lichen scraped from the rocks. Plants that provided almost no nutrition but did provide bulk, did provide the illusion of eating something, did provide a few calories to bodies that were desperate for any source of energy. But Cape Sabine was not rich hunting ground. Greely had studied the records of earlier expeditions. He knew that this stretch of coast was barren even by Arctic standards. It was a promontory of rock and ice, exposed to wind and wave, offering little shelter from the elements and less wildlife for the taking. Seals were scarce here. Birds were scarce. Even the shrimp that populated the Arctic waters were less abundant in this region than in other areas. The men constructed a winter camp. They used their boats, turning them upside down to form roofs, covering them with canvas and snow for insulation. They built walls from rocks and ice blocks. They created, through desperate improvisation, a shelter that would protect them from the worst of the Arctic winter. The structure was primitive beyond description. It was not a building in any conventional sense. It was a hollow in the landscape, barely distinguishable from the surrounding terrain, offering minimal protection against temperatures that would plummet to 60 degrees below zero. They called it Camp Clay. The name came from a nearby geographical feature, one of the few landmarks in this featureless landscape. Here they would wait. Here they would hope for early rescue. Here they would watch their rations dwindle and their strength fade. Here 19 of them would die. The men were trapped. They had followed orders. They had retreated exactly as instructed. They had reached the designated rendezvous point. And now they discovered that the rendezvous point held not salvation, but slow death. The mathematics were simple. The mathematics were inescapable. They did not have enough food to survive the winter. They could not leave. No ship could reach them until spring. They could only wait. Wait and hope, and pray that rescue would come before their supplies ran out. What follows is the winter of 1883 to 1884. It is the hardest part of this story to tell. It is the part that was never fully told in the expedition's own time. Some things are best approached slowly. Some things deserve respect for the suffering they describe. Let us continue. The shelter at Camp Clay was barely worthy of the name. If you had approached it from a distance, you might not have recognized it as human habitation at all. The men had constructed it from their boats, turned upside down to form the framework of a roof. Canvas stretched over the hulls provided additional covering. Snow packed against the walls offered insulation of a kind. The structure was low to the ground, designed to minimize exposure to the wind that blew constantly across this exposed promontory. It measured perhaps 25 feet long and perhaps 18 feet wide, a space that would have been cramped for a single family, now occupied by 25 grown men. The walls were thin. The wind found every gap. Snow sifted through cracks in the canvas, accumulating in corners, melting during the brief hours when the stove was lit, refreezing when the fuel ran low. Inside, the men slept in layers, bodies pressed against bodies for warmth. In their sleeping bags, arranged in rows along the floor, they lay so close together that a man could not turn over without disturbing his neighbors. Privacy was impossible. Solitude was impossible. Every cough, every moan, every restless movement was shared by all. They cooked what little food they had over a small stove. When they had seal oil, the stove burned seal oil. When they had no seal oil, they burned whatever they could find, scraps of wood, equipment they no longer needed, anything that would produce heat. The temperature inside Camp Clay rarely rose above freezing. On good days, with the stove burning and 25 bodies generating heat, the interior might reach 32 or 33 degrees Fahrenheit. On bad days, when fuel was scarce and the wind blew hard, the temperature inside was barely different from the temperature outside. And outside, the thermometer dropped 40 degrees below zero, 50 degrees below zero, 60 degrees below zero. At 60 below zero, exposed flesh freezes in less than a minute. At 60 below zero, metal becomes so cold that touching it with bare skin causes instant frostbite. At 60 below zero, the moisture in a man's breath freezes before it leaves his face, coating his beard and mustache with ice. In these conditions, every activity became an ordeal. Preparing food required exposed hands. Someone had to open the cans. Someone had to handle the cooking utensils. Someone had to distribute the portions. And all of this required removing gloves, even briefly, exposing skin to cold that attacked the flesh like something alive and hungry. Eating required removing gloves as well. Fingers numb with cold, fumbling with frozen hardtack. Lips cracked and bleeding from the dry Arctic air. Teeth that ached from the cold whenever a man opened his mouth. Attending to basic bodily functions required exposure to conditions that no one should endure. The men spent most of their time in their sleeping bags. There was nothing else to do. They could not work. They did not have the strength for work. They could not exercise. Exercise burned calories that their bodies could not spare. They could only lie in their bags, conserving energy, waiting for the small meals that grew smaller each day, counting the hours until the next ration, the next scrap of food, the next brief respite from the gnawing hunger that had become the center of their existence. Greely maintained discipline as best he could. There were schedules. There were duties. Even now, even at Camp Clay, there were formal observations of military protocol. The men took turns as officer of the day. Reports were made. Regulations were observed. It served no practical purpose, but it reminded the men that they were still soldiers. still members of an expedition, still bound by rules that transcended their immediate circumstances. Discipline could not address the fundamental problem. They were starving. The daily ration at Camp Clay was reduced repeatedly as the winter deepened. At the beginning, in late October and early November, each man received approximately half the normal military ration. It was not enough, but it was something. Enough to maintain basic function. Enough to keep the body going. But the supplies were finite. The winter was long, and the mathematics permitted no escape. By December, each man received approximately 4 ounces of food per day. 4 ounces. Imagine it. Weigh it in your hand. A small piece of hardtack. A sliver of canned meat. A few spoonfuls of preserved vegetables. That was a day's ration. That was all a grown man received to sustain himself through 24 hours of Arctic cold. 4 ounces of food cannot sustain a human body. The body requires energy simply to exist. Even lying still, doing nothing, a man burns calories to maintain body temperature, to keep the heart pumping, to run the basic processes of metabolism. And in extreme cold, the body burns far more. The furnace requires fuel. Without fuel, the furnace begins to consume itself. The process is called catabolism. When deprived of external nourishment, the body begins to break down its own tissues. First, the fat reserves. The body stores fat specifically for times of scarcity. It is the first resource to be consumed when food runs short. But the men of the Greely Expedition had no fat reserves to spare. The journey from Fort Conger had stripped away whatever cushion they once possessed. They were lean when they arrived at Camp Clay. They became skeletal as the winter progressed. Then the muscles. When the fat is gone, the body turns to muscle. Muscle tissue is broken down, converted to glucose, burned for energy. Arms that had once been strong became thin. Legs that had once supported healthy men became weak. The capacity for physical work diminished with each passing day. And the process is visible to the eye. Men who had been healthy grew gaunt. Faces that had been full became hollow. Cheekbones emerged. Eye sockets deepened. The skin stretched tight over skulls. Limbs became sticks wrapped in loose skin. The transformation was gradual at first, then accelerating. Each week brought visible deterioration. Each week, the men looked less like themselves and more like something that belonged in a graveyard. And the process is felt by the mind. Starvation affects cognition before it stops the heart. The brain, like every other organ, requires glucose to function. When glucose is scarce, the brain suffers. Thoughts become slow. Judgments become poor. Emotions become unpredictable. Men who had been patient became irritable. Men who had been friends became rivals. Men who had been generous became jealous of every crumb. The social bonds that held the group together began to fray under the pressure of competitive hunger. Each man began to focus on his own survival. Each man began to watch his companions with suspicion. Was he getting his fair share? Were others receiving more than he was? Was someone cheating, somehow stealing food that rightfully belonged to the group? These thoughts circled through starving minds. These suspicions festered in the darkness of Camp Clay. Greely watched this happen. He recorded it in his journal, and he maintained discipline by the only means available to him: the threat of punishment, the weight of his own will, the authority vested in him by the United States Army. It was barely enough, but for now it held. The first man died on January 18th, 1884. His name was Sergeant William Cross. He had been weakened by the same conditions that weakened all the others. The same cold, the same hunger, the same cumulative assault of an Arctic winter with inadequate food and inadequate shelter. But something in his constitution, some particular vulnerability, made him the first to reach the end. Perhaps his body was less efficient at conserving energy. Perhaps he had entered the winter in worse condition than the others. Perhaps it was simply chance, the random lottery of survival, determining that he would be first. He declined over a period of days, growing weaker, growing quieter, withdrawing from the diminished life of Camp Clay. And then one morning he did not wake. He died in his sleeping bag, quietly, almost unremarked in the darkness of the Arctic winter. The survivors had no way to bury him. The ground at Cape Sabine was frozen solid. Permafrost extended down for hundreds of feet. No tool they possessed could break that frozen earth. They carried his body outside the shelter. They placed it on the rocks, away from Camp Clay, where the cold would preserve it indefinitely. And then they continued. What else could they do? More deaths followed. Private William Ellis died on January 19th, one day after Cross. Private Jacob Lynn died on January 24th. Private William Whistler died on April 9th. Sergeant David Ralston died on April 6th. Each death followed a pattern. First, weakness. A man would stop participating in the meager activities of Camp Clay. He would lie in his sleeping bag, unmoving, his breath growing shallow. Then incapacity. He could no longer feed himself. He could no longer attend to his basic needs. Others had to care for him, though they had little capacity for care, their own strength failing. Then unresponsiveness. The dying man would stop reacting to his surroundings. His eyes would grow distant. His consciousness would fade. And then quietly the end. No dramatic last words. No profound farewells. Just a cessation. One moment the heart was beating. The next moment it was not. The bodies accumulated outside the shelter. The survivors had neither the strength nor the means to move them far. A row of frozen corpses lay on the rocks of Cape Sabine, preserved by the cold, waiting for what? Recovery by a rescue party. burial in some distant cemetery, or simply abandonment, left to the Arctic forever. No one knew. No one could know. Greely recorded each death in his journal. The same careful attention he had given to weather observations at Fort Conger. Name, date, cause as best it could be determined. The record of the expedition continued even as the expedition died. The men who remained capable made repeated efforts to supplement their rations through hunting. This was their only hope. The arithmetic was inescapable. They could not survive on the cached supplies alone. Without additional food obtained from the land or the sea, they would all die. Every one of them. It was simply a matter of time. Seals were the primary target. A single seal could change everything. The average ringed seal weighs perhaps 150 pounds. That was meat. That was blubber, rich in calories, the most efficient food source available in the Arctic. One seal could feed 25 men for a week. 2 or 3 seals might see them through to spring. The hunters went out onto the ice, weapons ready, eyes scanning the frozen surface, searching for the breathing holes that seals maintain through the winter ice. Seals are mammals. They must breathe air. Throughout the Arctic winter, they maintain small holes in the ice, rising periodically to fill their lungs. A patient hunter waiting beside such a hole might catch a seal when it surfaced. The Inuit had hunted this way for thousands of years. The men of the Greely Expedition attempted to do the same. But they were not Inuit. They did not have generations of accumulated wisdom. They did not have the patience or the technique or the equipment that successful seal hunting required. And they were weak. So weak. A successful hunt required hours of waiting, hours of lying motionless on the ice, hours of exposure to wind and cold that drained whatever strength remained. More often than not, the hunters returned empty-handed, having spent energy they could not afford, on efforts that produced nothing. Seals were scarce at Cape Sabine. This stretch of coast, exposed and barren, did not attract the marine mammals that congregated in other areas. The hunters might wait all day and see nothing. They might spot a seal in the distance, too far to approach. They might have a seal surface at a breathing hole, only to slip back beneath the ice before they could strike. Failure after failure after failure. And each failure consumed calories that could not be replaced. Birds appeared occasionally. The hunters shot what they could. But birds in the Arctic winter are few. Ptarmigan, the Arctic grouse, were occasionally spotted. But they were wary, difficult to approach, and provided little meat even when successfully taken. The men tried to catch shrimp. They lowered nets into the frigid water, hauled them up with numb hands, and found, sometimes, small quantities of the tiny creatures. Shrimp provided almost no calories. A man might eat a handful and gain almost nothing from it. But it was something to eat, something to fill a stomach that ached with emptiness. something to provide the illusion of a meal. They collected lichen from the rocks, a plant-like organism that clung to the stones of Cape Sabine. It could be boiled into a kind of tea, a bitter broth that provided almost no nourishment but did provide bulk. The stomach filled with lichen tea might stop hurting for a while. The hunger might recede briefly, but the body continued to starve. And when nothing else was available, they boiled their sealskin clothing. Leather properly prepared can be consumed by humans. It provides minimal nutrition, but it provides something. The men ate their boots. They ate the lashings from their sleds. They ate anything that had once been organic and might, with enough imagination, be considered food. It was not enough. Nothing was enough. The gap between what they consumed and what their bodies required grew wider each day. And the dying continued. Dr. Octave Pavey occupied an uncomfortable position within the expedition. As the surgeon, he was responsible for the medical care of men who were dying from conditions he could not treat. He had no medicines that could address starvation. There was no pill for hunger. There was no procedure for caloric deficit. There was no treatment for a body that was consuming itself. He could diagnose what was happening. He could describe, in precise medical terms, the process by which his companions were dying. But he could not stop it. He could only observe and record, and offer what comfort his presence provided, which was very little. His relationship with Greely had been troubled from the start. The two men were of different temperaments. Pavey was independent-minded, accustomed to the autonomy that physicians traditionally enjoyed. He had trained in European medical schools, where doctors were treated as professionals rather than subordinates. He was not comfortable taking orders from a military commander who had no medical training. Greely was rigid, hierarchical, insistent upon the chain of command. He expected obedience from everyone under his authority, including the expedition's surgeon. He did not appreciate Pavey's tendency to question decisions or to act independently. Their conflicts had been contained at Fort Conger. The relative comfort of that station, the stability of routine, the presence of adequate food, all of these had kept the tension between them manageable. At Camp Clay, the tension grew more serious. Pavey had access to medical supplies. Among those supplies was alcohol, intended for medical use. Alcohol was precious at Camp Clay, not just for its medicinal value, but for its caloric content. Alcohol contains calories. A man desperate for energy might drink alcohol to stave off starvation, at least temporarily. There were accusations, never fully resolved, that Pavey consumed or distributed this alcohol improperly, that he used his position to benefit himself at the expense of others, that he extended preferential treatment to some men, denying it to others. Greely suspected Pavey of disloyalty. Pavey resented Greely's suspicions. The tension between them added another layer of dysfunction to a situation already approaching collapse. But Pavey was also a witness. He saw what the other men saw. He recorded observations that would later provide evidence of what occurred at Camp Clay. He saw the bodies accumulate outside the shelter. He saw what began to happen to those bodies. And he died himself on June 6, 1884, just 16 days before rescue finally arrived. He carried to his grave whatever secrets he had witnessed during those final terrible months. Whatever he saw, whatever he knew, whatever he might have told, all of it was lost when his heart stopped beating on that frozen shore. The winter stretched on, endless, relentless. Men who had sailed north with confidence and purpose now measured their lives in ounces, in mouthfuls, in the hope that each sunrise might bring the distant sound of a ship's whistle. The sun returned in February. The light came back. After months of darkness, the sky brightened, and the first sliver of sun appeared above the southern horizon. But with the light came no ships, no rescue, no relief. The ice remained solid. The channels remained closed. Cape Sabine remained as isolated as it had been throughout the polar night. Spring arrived. The temperatures rose from 60 below zero to 40 below to 20 below. Still cold enough to kill. Still cold enough to freeze exposed flesh. But the worst of winter was passing. And with it came a question that the survivors could no longer avoid. What would they do to stay alive? What lines would they cross? What choices would they make when the alternative was death? The hardest decisions were still ahead. By April of 1884, the expedition had lost 8 men. 8 men dead since their arrival at Cape Sabine. 8 bodies lying frozen on the rocks outside the shelter. 17 remained alive. But the word alive had become relative. They were organisms still functioning, hearts still beating, lungs still drawing breath, but they were not living in any meaningful sense. They could not work. They could barely move. They spent their days and nights lying in their sleeping bags, conserving whatever energy remained, waiting for the next ration, the next few ounces of food that would sustain them for another few hours. Their rations had been reduced to almost nothing. What had been 4 ounces per day was now less. The caches were nearly exhausted. The hunting had produced almost nothing. A few seals over the entire winter, a handful of birds, some shrimp that provided more psychological comfort than actual nutrition. The lichen and the boiled leather were nearly gone. The bodies of the dead lay outside the shelter, preserved by the cold, untouched and unburied. At some point, and no one recorded exactly when, no one wanted to record when, the logic of the situation became undeniable. The dead did not need their bodies. The living did need nourishment. The mathematics were simple, even if the implications were unbearable. What happened next was never officially acknowledged during the lifetimes of the survivors. When the rescue party finally reached Camp Clay in June of 1884, they found evidence. Evidence that told a story the survivors would not tell themselves. The bodies of the dead had been disturbed. This was unmistakable. The rescuers who examined the scene were experienced men. They had seen death before. They knew what natural decay looked like. They knew what animal predation looked like. And what they saw at Camp Clay was neither. Flesh had been removed from some of the bodies, cut away with precision. The cuts were clean, deliberate, made with knives rather than claws. This was not the work of polar bears or Arctic foxes. This was the work of human hands. Bones had been broken in ways consistent with the extraction of marrow. Marrow is rich in nutrients. When a starving person breaks open a bone and consumes the marrow inside, they are accessing calories that the flesh alone cannot provide. The rescuers understood immediately what they were seeing, but they were also men of their time. Victorian sensibilities governed their response. The public back home could not be told this truth. The families of the dead could not be told. The nation could not be told. Commander Winfield Scott Schley, who led the rescue expedition, made a decision. A decision that would shape how the Greely Expedition was remembered for generations. The evidence would be concealed. The bodies were buried quickly, with minimal examination, without the detailed documentation that would normally accompany the recovery of military personnel. The graves were dug into the frozen ground, shallow graves, as deep as exhausted men could manage, and the remains were interred as rapidly as possible. Certain observations were omitted from official reports. The rescue party had seen what they had seen, but they did not write it down. They did not describe in formal language what the condition of the bodies implied. Certain questions were never asked of the survivors. The rescuers must have wanted to know. They must have been curious, but they understood that some truths are better left unspoken. Some questions are better left unasked. The public story would be one of heroism and endurance, of men who had starved rather than compromise their dignity, of soldiers who had maintained their honor to the very end. The private truth was more complicated. The ethical dimensions of what occurred at Camp Clay have been debated by historians and ethicists for more than a century. There are those who condemn absolutely. Regardless of circumstances, they argue certain lines cannot be crossed. Civilization depends upon restraints. Those restraints must be maintained even unto death. To consume human flesh, even in extremity, is to abandon humanity itself. Better to die with dignity intact than to live with such stains upon one's conscience. There are those who understand. Faced with the choice between slow death and survival by desperate means, they argue the judgment of comfortable observers means little. The men at Camp Clay were beyond the reach of normal morality. They occupied a space outside the rules that govern ordinary life. What they did to survive. And survival is its own justification. Who among us can say with certainty that we would behave differently? Who among us, faced with starvation, with the cold, with the absolute certainty of death, who can say that they would choose to die rather than live? And there are those who focus on a different question entirely. Not what happened, but how it happened. Did the survivors consume the flesh of their companions with consent? Was there some agreement among the group, spoken or unspoken, that those who died would sustain those who remained? Did the dying men give permission? Did they understand what would happen to their bodies after death? Did they accept it, even embrace it, as a final gift to their companions? Or did desperation drive the survivors to acts that no agreement sanctioned? Did they take from the dead without permission? Did they violate body that should have been left in peace? The evidence is unclear. Greely's journals, which recorded so much else with meticulous care, become vague on this subject. The dates are clear. The weather is noted. The deaths are recorded. But the details of what happened afterward, the details that would answer these questions, are absent. Perhaps deliberately so. The survivors' testimony, given reluctantly and partially after the rescue, offers no clarity. They denied that anything improper had occurred. They maintained that denial for the rest of their lives. What is clear is that Greely maintained his authority to the end. He remained the commander. His orders were obeyed, even as the boundaries of what could be ordered stretched beyond recognition. Whatever happened at Camp Clay happened under his command. Whatever decisions were made, he was part of those decisions. And in at least one case, his orders had fatal consequences of a different kind. Private Charles Henry had been a problem throughout the expedition. From the earliest days at Fort Conger, he had tested boundaries. He had been insubordinate. He had been unreliable. He had been the kind of soldier who required constant supervision, constant correction, constant reminders of his duty. In ordinary circumstances, such a man was merely an irritant, a source of friction, a minor problem in the larger scheme of things. At Camp Clay, he became something far worse. He was suspected of stealing food. This was not a trivial accusation. At Camp Clay, every ounce of food was measured. Every ration was calculated. Every morsel was accounted for. To steal food at Camp Clay was not simple theft. It was something closer to murder. Every ounce consumed beyond one's ration meant another man moved that much closer to death. If Henry was stealing, he was killing his companions. One stolen meal at a time. The evidence against him accumulated. Other men reported seeing him take what was not his. He was observed near the food supplies at odd hours. His condition suggested that he was eating more than his share. While the others grew weaker, Henry's deterioration seemed slower. His face remained fuller. His strength remained greater. The mathematics did not add up. Greely confronted him. Henry denied the accusations. But the thefts continued. Food continued to disappear. The gap between what should have remained and what actually remained continued to grow. By June of 1884, the situation had become intolerable. The survivors were too weak to physically restrain Henry. They were too depleted to guard the diminishing food supplies constantly. And the food that remained was the only thing standing between them and death. Greely made a decision that no commander should ever have to make. On June 6, 1884, he wrote an order. The order authorized 3 of the remaining men to execute Private Charles Henry. The order was brief. The order was clear. The order was carried out. Henry was taken some distance from the camp, away from the shelter, away from the other survivors. 3 men, chosen by Greely, acting under his authority, shot him. His body was left where it fell. This was not murder. It was military justice, administered in extremis by a commander exercising the authority vested in him by the United States Army. Or it was murder, committed by starving men against one of their own, sanctioned by an officer whose judgment had been compromised by the same starvation that clouded all their minds. The distinction depends upon one's perspective. Greely never expressed regret for the decision. He maintained to his dying day that Henry's execution was necessary, that it was the only way to prevent further theft, that it was the only way to preserve what remained of the group's cohesion, that it was, in short, the right thing to do. The other survivors concurred, at least publicly. None of them ever contradicted Greely's account. None of them ever suggested that the execution was unjustified. But the execution added another layer of darkness to an already dark story. Another secret that the survivors carried with them. Another truth that the public would learn only gradually, imperfectly, through rumors and official inquiries that revealed more than they intended. After Henry's death, the expedition continued its slow dissolution. More men died. More bodies joined the row of frozen corpses outside the shelter. The survivors grew weaker still. Each day brought new deterioration. Each day, the men who remained found themselves less capable than they had been the day before. By mid-June, only 7 men remained alive. 7 out of 25. And one of those 7, Sergeant Joseph Ellison, had lost both his hands and both his feet to frostbite. The dead tissue had blackened. The flesh had begun to decay even as he remained alive. He could not walk. He could not feed himself. He could do nothing but lie in his sleeping bag and wait for the end. The others carried him, literally carried him. When they moved, when they shifted position, when they performed any of the minimal activities that Camp Clay still required, they moved Ellison as well. He was a burden they could not bring themselves to abandon. He was one of them. He was a soldier. He was their companion. And even now, even at the very end, they would not leave him behind. The survivors no longer hunted. They lacked the strength. They no longer foraged. There was nothing left to forage. They simply lay in their sleeping bags and waited. Waited for death, or waited for rescue. Whichever came first. Greely kept his journal. Even now, even as his strength faded, even as his handwriting deteriorated into a scrawl barely recognizable as his own, he continued to record. Temperature, wind, the names of those who had died, the condition of those who remained. He was still the commander. He would record the expedition's fate until there was no one left to record. And then on the morning of June 22nd, 1884, a sound came across the ice. A sound that they had stopped believing they would ever hear. A sound that seemed at first like a hallucination born of desperate hope. A ship's whistle. Rescue had finally come. More than 3 years after the expedition sailed north. More than 2 years after the first relief ship failed. More than 8 months after the survivors reached Cape Sabine. A ship appeared on the horizon. Then another. Then a third. 7 men were still alive. Barely. Clinging to life by the thinnest of threads. What the rescuers found at Camp Clay would remain a source of controversy for decades. What they chose not to find, what they carefully avoided examining too closely, would remain a source of speculation even longer. The expedition was ending, but its story was just beginning. The disaster of the Greely Expedition had finally become a national scandal. By the spring of 1884, the newspapers were filled with criticism. 2 relief expeditions had been sent. Both had failed. The Neptune had turned back in 1882, defeated by ice. The Proteus had sunk in 1883, crushed by the same Arctic forces she had been sent to navigate. And 25 American soldiers remained stranded somewhere in the frozen north. If they were still alive at all. The War Department came under attack. Why had the relief expeditions been so poorly organized? Why had inadequate resources been allocated? Why had the contingency plans failed so completely? The Navy came under attack. Why had no naval vessels been assigned to the mission? Why had the government relied on chartered civilian ships? Why had no one anticipated the possibility of failure? The entire system came under attack. The bureaucracy that had moved so slowly. The appropriations process that had provided insufficient funds. The chain of command that had distributed responsibility so widely that no one bore accountability. 25 men had been sent into the Arctic. 25 men had been abandoned there. And now, in the spring of 1884, most Americans assumed they were dead. President Chester Arthur demanded action. No more half measures. No more inadequate expeditions. No more bureaucratic delays. The Greely Expedition would be found, one way or another. The survivors would be rescued, if any survived. The bodies would be recovered, if none did. And the nation would finally know what had happened to the men it had sent into the ice. A massive relief effort was assembled. 3 ships were prepared: the Thetis, the Bear, the Alert. All 3 were ice-strengthened vessels, capable of pushing through conditions that had stopped earlier attempts. All 3 were well supplied, carrying not only the equipment needed for the search, but also provisions for any survivors who might be found. Commander Winfield Scott Schley was placed in charge. He was an experienced naval officer, competent and determined, with clear orders and adequate resources. This time, there would be no excuses. This time, the mission would succeed. The ice of 1884 was marginally more favorable than the ice of previous years. The channels opened earlier. The pack was less dense. The ships pushed through obstacles that had stopped earlier attempts. By late June, they approached Cape Sabine. Schley did not expect to find survivors. He understood the calculus of starvation. He knew how much food had been cached at Cape Sabine. He knew how long the expedition had been stranded there. The mathematics were clear. If the men had not been resupplied, and they had not been resupplied, they would almost certainly be dead. All of them. Every one. Schley was searching for bodies. He was searching for documents. He was searching for evidence of what had happened and how it had ended. He was not searching for survivors. He did not expect to find any. On June 22, 1884, the ships reached the vicinity of Cape Sabine. A landing party was sent to shore. The men climbed down from the ships into small boats. They rowed through the ice-choked water toward the rocky coast of Cape Sabine. They did not know what they would find. They expected the worst. They had prepared themselves, mentally and emotionally, for the sight of frozen corpses, for evidence of a disaster that had claimed every member of the expedition, for the grim task of recovering bodies and documenting tragedy. They moved carefully across the ice, scanning the desolate landscape for any sign of the expedition, any marker, any structure, any indication that human beings had ever existed in this place. The terrain was forbidding. Rock and ice and snow. A landscape stripped of color, stripped of life, stripped of everything that made a place habitable. Empty, silent, dead. And then one of the sailors saw something. A flag, tattered and faded, flying from a makeshift pole. An American flag, barely recognizable after months of exposure to Arctic wind and weather, but unmistakably a flag. A signal, a sign of human presence. The sailors approached, cautiously, uncertainly, not daring to hope. And then they heard a voice. A human voice. Weak, barely audible, but unmistakably human. The voice called out, asking if they were from the relief ships, asking if rescue had finally come, asking if they were real or merely another hallucination, born of desperation and starvation. They were real. The sailor who had spotted the flag raced back to the main party with the news. Commander Schley hurried forward. What he found would remain with him for the rest of his life. A tent, or what had once been a tent. A structure of canvas and boat fragments, barely distinguishable from the surrounding terrain. So low to the ground, so covered with snow and ice, that it could easily have been mistaken for a natural feature of the landscape. Inside were men, or what remained of men. 7 figures lay in sleeping bags, too weak to stand, too weak to crawl, too weak to do anything except lie there and wait for whatever came next. Their faces were skeletal, skin stretched tight over bone, eyes sunken deep into their sockets. Their bodies had been consumed by starvation until they barely seemed human, barely seemed alive. But they were alive, 7 of them, against all odds, against all expectations, against all the mathematics of survival. They were alive. Greely identified himself. His voice was barely audible, a whisper from lungs that barely had the strength to push air past his lips. He asked Schley for water. He asked if the ships had brought food. He asked, with the desperate hope of a man who had given up hopping, if they had finally been saved. They had. Schley gave him water. He began the process of evacuating the survivors to the ships. And he began, too, the process of examining the camp, of seeing what had happened there, of understanding what the survivors had endured, and what they had done to endure it. The 7 survivors were carried to the bear. Carried because none of them could walk. Carried because their legs had wasted to sticks that could not support their weight. Carried because they were closer to death than to life, and only the most careful handling could keep them on the living side of that line. They were placed under medical care immediately. The ship's surgeon examined them with a mixture of professional detachment and personal horror. He had seen sick men before. He had seen injured men. He had seen men dying of disease and men dying of wounds. He had never seen anything like this. Their condition was critical. Prolonged starvation had damaged every system in their bodies. Their hearts had weakened, struggling to pump blood through veins that had shrunk and hardened. Their digestive systems had atrophied, no longer capable of processing normal food. Their muscles had wasted away. Their fat reserves had vanished entirely. Their skin had lost its elasticity. Their hair had begun to fall out. Their minds had been affected. Starvation clouds cognition. It slows thought. It impairs judgment. It creates confusion, disorientation, a dreamlike state in which reality and hallucination blend together. The survivors drifted in and out of consciousness. They struggled to speak coherently. They had difficulty understanding what was happening around them. Sergeant Joseph Ellison was the worst case. His hands and feet had been destroyed by frostbite months earlier. The tissue had died. The flesh had blackened. Gangrene had set in. The decay had begun while he was still alive. The smell alone was overwhelming. The ship's surgeon knew immediately that amputation was necessary. Alison's hands and feet had to be removed if he was to have any chance of survival. The surgery was performed aboard the Bear, in a cramped cabin, with limited equipment, under conditions that would have been considered inadequate for any hospital on land. Alison's hands were amputated. His feet were amputated. But the damage was too extensive. The infection too advanced. The weakness too profound. Alison died on July 8, 1884, before the relief expedition reached civilization, before he could set foot on American soil again, before he could see his family or tell them goodbye. 6 survivors ultimately returned home. 6 out of 25. Greely himself was in marginally better condition than the others. He had maintained his discipline to the end. He had rationed his own consumption. He had forced himself to remain functional when others had surrendered to despair. But he was still a shadow of the man who had sailed north 3 years earlier. He weighed perhaps 100 pounds. His muscles had atrophied. His hair had begun to turn white. He was 40 years old. He looked twice that. While the survivors were being evacuated, other members of the rescue party began to examine the camp. They spread out across the rocky terrain of Cape Sabine, searching for documents, searching for equipment, searching for any evidence that would help explain what had happened during those terrible months. They found journals, Greely's journals, Brainard's journals, the meticulous records that had been kept throughout the ordeal. They found scientific data, the observations from Fort Conger, the records of temperature and wind and magnetic variation, the contribution to the International Polar Year that had been the expedition's purpose. They found personal effects, letters that had never been sent, photographs of loved ones, small treasure that had sustained the men through the darkness. And they found bodies, 19 of them, scattered around the camp in various locations. Some lay where they had been placed after death, arranged in rows, treated with what dignity the survivors could manage. Others had been moved, relocated for reasons the rescuers could only guess at. And some of them had been disturbed in ways that told an unmistakable story. The rescuers were experienced men. They understood what they were seeing. They understood what had happened. They understood what the survivors had done to remain alive. And they understood, too, that this truth could not become public. Commander Schley made a decision that would shape how the Greely Expedition was remembered for generations. The bodies were buried quickly, with minimal examination, without the detailed documentation that would normally accompany the recovery of military personnel. Shallow graves were dug into the frozen ground. The remains were interred as rapidly as possible. certain observations were recorded privately, in personal notes, in communications that would be sealed and hidden. But those observations were not included in official reports. The public would learn that 19 men had died heroically, that they had starved rather than compromise their dignity, that they had maintained their honor to the very end. The private truth would remain private for decades. The graves were marked with simple wooden crosses. The crosses would not last long. The Arctic wind would eventually knock them down. The Arctic cold would eventually rot the wood. The Arctic silence would eventually erase all traces of human presence. But for now, the graves were marked, and the rescue party turned back to their ships. Their mission was complete. The survivors had been found. The bodies had been buried. The expedition was finally over. The rescue ships turned south. 6 survivors lay in their bunks, being nursed back from the edge of death, being fed small amounts of broth and softened bread, being treated with the careful attention that their fragile condition required. Behind them, Cape Sabine fell silent again. The graves of 19 men remained there, unmarked now, or nearly so, unvisited, forgotten by all except those who had known them. The expedition was over, but the reckoning was about to begin. The relief ships turned their bows toward civilization, toward warmth, toward safety, toward a world that the survivors had not seen for more than 3 years. The journey south took weeks. The ice that had allowed the ships to reach Cape Sabine now had to be navigated again in the opposite direction. Channels had to be found. Flows had to be avoided. The delicate work of Arctic navigation continued even as the mission's primary objective had been achieved. Aboard the Bear, the 6 surviving members of the Lady Franklin Bay expedition lay in bunks designed for healthy sailors. Their wasted bodies barely made impressions in the mattresses. They were so light, so diminished, that they seemed to float upon the bedding rather than sink into it. They were fed carefully, small amounts at first. Broth, softened bread, tiny portions of meat that had to be chewed slowly, deliberately, by mouths that had forgotten how to eat. Refeeding after prolonged starvation is a delicate process. The ship's surgeon understood this. He had read the medical literature. He knew that a starving body cannot simply resume normal eating. The digestive system, adapted to consuming almost nothing, can react dangerously to sudden abundance. The stomach, shrunken and atrophied, cannot handle normal portions. The organs, weakened by months of deprivation, can fail when asked to resume normal function. Men have survived starvation only to die from eating too much too soon. The survivors were fed with extreme care. Their caloric intake was increased gradually, day by day, meal by meal, ounce by careful ounce. They improved slowly. Color returned to faces that had been gray. Eyes that had been dull began to show signs of awareness. Voices that had been whispers grew stronger. They began to sit up in their bunks. They began to speak in complete sentences. They began, gradually, to resemble human beings again. But they did not speak of what had happened at Camp Clay. When asked about the winter, they gave brief answers. It had been difficult. They had suffered. Many had died. They were grateful to be rescued. The details remained unspoken. The rescuers, perhaps sensing that some questions should not be asked, did not press. The ship stopped briefly at St. John's, Newfoundland, the same port from which the expedition had departed more than 3 years earlier. News of the rescue was telegraphed to the waiting nation. SURVIVORS found 6 men alive. GRELY RESCUED. The message flashed across the telegraph wires. From Newfoundland to New York. From New York to Washington. From Washington to every newspaper in the country. The nation that had assumed its explorers were dead now learned that some of them had survived. The news electrified the country. For months, the Greely Expedition had been presumed lost. Newspapers had published eulogies. Editorial writers had reflected upon the tragedy of men who had given their lives in the pursuit of scientific knowledge. Memorial services had been held in churches across the nation. Families had mourned. The failure of 2 relief expeditions had been taken as proof that the Arctic had claimed another group of ambitious men. Now 6 of them were coming home. The reaction was immediate and intense. Greely and his companions were declared heroes before they had even reached American soil. Editorials praised their endurance, their courage, their devotion to duty. They had faced the worst that nature could offer. They had endured conditions that would have broken lesser men. And they had survived. Against all odds, against all expectations, they had survived. Politicians rushed to associate themselves with the rescue. Men who had done nothing to prevent the disaster now competed to be seen as supporters of the survivors. Senators who had voted against appropriations for relief expeditions now praised the heroism of the men they had failed to help. Congressmen who had ignored the warnings now claimed credit for the successful rescue. President Arthur announced that he would personally welcome the survivors. Parades were planned. Medals were struck. The nation embraced the returning men as symbols of American fortitude. But beneath the celebration, questions lingered. Quiet questions. Uncomfortable questions. Questions that would grow louder in the weeks to come. How had 6 men survived when 19 had died? What had separated the living from the dead? What had they eaten during those final months when the rations had run out? Why had some lived while others perished? The questions were asked quietly at first, in private conversations, in speculative newspaper columns, in whispered discussions among those who understood the mathematics of starvation. They would not remain quiet for long. On August 1st, 1884, the relief ships arrived at Portsmouth, New Hampshire. The harbor was crowded with vessels, naval ships in formal formation, private boats of every description, ferries packed with spectators, yachts carrying dignitaries, all gathered to witness the return of the Arctic survivors. The docks were packed. Thousands of people had come to see the heroes. Families of the survivors had traveled from across the country. Officials had arrived from Washington. Reporters had come from every major newspaper. Flags flew. Bands played. The atmosphere was one of triumph and celebration, as if a great victory had been won, as if the expedition had achieved its objectives and returned in glory. The 6 survivors were carried ashore on stretchers. They were still too weak to walk. Their bodies were months away from anything resembling recovery. Their legs could not support their weight. Their strength had not yet returned. Greely was lifted onto a platform where officials waited to greet him. He attempted to stand. His legs would not support him. He was lowered into a chair. From that chair, he spoke briefly, thanking the rescue party, thanking the president, thanking the nation for its concern. His voice was thin, but steady. He maintained the bearing of a military officer, even in his diminished state. The crowd cheered. They cheered for the survivors. They cheered for the rescuers. They cheered for the nation that had finally brought its lost sons home. The survivors were transported to a naval hospital for continued recovery. They would need weeks of careful treatment, months of rehabilitation, before they could return to anything resembling normal life. The initial phase of the homecoming was complete. The public celebration had occurred. The heroes had been welcomed. The nation had expressed its gratitude. But even as the cheering continued, other conversations were beginning. Commander Schley had submitted his initial reports. Certain details had been shared with naval authorities, and those authorities had begun to realize that the story of the Greely Expedition was more complicated than the public narrative of heroic endurance suggested. The bodies at Camp Clay had told a story that the survivors had not told themselves, a story that was now beginning to emerge. The survivors had returned. The nation had celebrated, but the celebration was already beginning to curdle. Rumors were circulating among the sailors of the rescue expedition, among the officers who had seen the camp, among those who understood what the condition of the bodies implied. Questions were being asked by journalists who sensed a story, by officials who needed to understand what had happened, by a public that was beginning to wonder about the silence of the survivors. What had happened at Camp Clay during those final desperate months? The answer would tear open wounds that many preferred to leave closed. The whispers began within days of the survivors' return. Sailors from the rescue expedition talked. In the taverns of Portsmouth, in the boarding houses where they waited for their next assignments, in the inevitable conversations that occur when men who have witnessed extraordinary things return to ordinary life. They described what they had seen at Camp Clay. The bodies, the condition of the bodies, the evidence that could not be explained by natural decay or animal predation, the cuts, the broken bones, the unmistakable signs of deliberate human action. Journalists pursued the stories. Reporters who had been assigned to cover the triumphant homecoming found themselves investigating something far darker. They interviewed sailors. They gathered testimony. They assembled the evidence into a narrative that contradicted everything the public had been told. Initially, the accusations were printed cautiously, phrased as questions rather than statements, hedged with qualifications, protected by the careful language of journalism that suspects but cannot prove. Had the survivors of the Greely Expedition resorted to consuming the flesh of their dead companions? The question was explosive. Victorian America held few taboos more powerful. The consumption of human flesh was associated with savagery, with primitive peoples, with the darkness that civilization was supposed to have conquered. It was unthinkable that American soldiers, representatives of a Christian nation, bearers of the flag, could have committed such acts. Unthinkable. But the evidence suggested otherwise. And yet the evidence was compelling. The newspapers that had praised the survivors began to publish accusations. The heroes of last week became the monsters of this week. The pendulum of public opinion swung with the velocity that only scandal can generate. From adulation to horror, from celebration to condemnation. In a matter of days, Greely and the other survivors found themselves under siege. The families who had welcomed them home now faced neighbors who whispered behind their backs. The officials who had praised them now distanced themselves. The nation that had embraced them now recoiled. Greely responded to the accusations with categorical denial. Absolute, unequivocal, without reservation or qualification. No member of the expedition, he insisted, had consumed human flesh. The suggestions were slanders, invented by sensation-seeking journalists, designed to sell newspapers at the expense of men who had already suffered beyond measure. The evidence, he insisted, had been misinterpreted, or fabricated, or distorted beyond recognition. The bodies at Camp Clay had been disturbed by animals, by polar bears, by Arctic foxes, by the scavengers that inhabited even this remote and barren coast. That was his explanation. That was his defense. That was the story he told and would continue to tell for the rest of his life. He demanded retractions. He threatened lawsuits. He wrote letters to newspapers and officials, defending the honor of his expedition, defending the honor of his men, defending above all his own honor. The other survivors supported his position. They had seen nothing. They knew nothing. The accusations were lies. All lies. Nothing but lies. But their denials were complicated by certain inconvenient facts. The bodies at Camp Clay had been examined, however briefly, by members of the rescue party. Those examinations had been documented in private notes, in personal letters, in testimony given behind closed doors. The documents existed, and some of the rescue party members were willing to describe what they had seen. Commander Schley attempted to navigate between truth and discretion. He had ordered the bodies buried quickly, precisely, to prevent detailed examination. He had omitted certain observations from his official reports precisely to protect the survivors and the nation from an unpleasant truth. But he could not control what his men said privately. He could not suppress the evidence entirely. The rumor had escaped. The truth, or something close to it, was now in the public domain. And the controversy only grew. The nation divided on the question of the Greely survivors. Some defended them absolutely. Whatever had occurred at Camp Clay, they argued, was the product of circumstances beyond human control. Starving men cannot be held to the moral standards of comfortable civilians. The men at Camp Clay had faced conditions that none of their critics could imagine. Conditions that stripped away everything civilized, everything normal, everything that made moral judgment possible. Survival is its own justification. The instinct to live is the most basic of all instincts. If the survivors had done what they were accused of doing, they had done it to stay alive. And staying alive was not a crime. Others condemned them absolutely. Certain lines, they argued, must never be crossed. Civilization depends upon restraints. Those restraints must be maintained even unto death. To consume human flesh, regardless of circumstances, is to abandon humanity. It is to become something less than human, something animal, something monstrous. Better to die with dignity than to live with such stains upon one's conscience. Better to starve than to survive by such means. And still others occupied positions between these extremes. Uncertain, uncomfortable, unwilling to condemn, and unable to absolve. They did not know what they would have done in similar circumstances. They could not imagine themselves at Camp Clay. They could not imagine the cold and the hunger and the slow approach of death. They reserved judgment because judgment seemed impossible. The debate played out in newspapers, in churches, in lecture halls, in the parlors of respectable families. Experts on Arctic exploration offered opinions. Clergy debated the theological implications. Lawyers discussed the legal status of acts committed under such duress. Greely himself became a lightning rod. He was either a hero who had held his expedition together under impossible conditions, or a failure whose poor leadership had contributed to the disaster. He was either a man of honor who had done everything possible to bring his men home, or a participant in acts that dishonored the uniform he wore. His insistence that no cannibalism had occurred was either the truth or a desperate lie. The evidence suggested the latter, but the evidence also suggested something else, something that received less attention in the newspapers, something that the public debate largely ignored. The true responsibility for what happened at Camp Clay lay not with the starving men who had been abandoned there, but with the institutions that had abandoned them. The men at Camp Clay had not created the conditions of their own destruction. They had been sent into the Arctic by their government. They had been failed by relief expeditions that never arrived. They had been betrayed by bureaucratic processes that moved too slowly to save them. If they had done terrible things, they had done them in circumstances that others had created. The blame, if blame was to be assigned, extended far beyond Camp Clay. The accusations continued. The denials continued. The debate continued. Week after week, month after month, and somewhere beneath the scandal, the real questions went unasked. Why had the relief expeditions failed? Who had made the decisions that left 25 men stranded without adequate supplies? Who bore responsibility for creating the conditions under which desperate men made desperate choices? These questions would finally be addressed, but the answers would satisfy no one. In the autumn of 1884, the War Department convened a formal board of inquiry to investigate the Greely Expedition. This was standard procedure. When a military operation ended in disaster, an investigation was required. Responsibility had to be assigned. Lessons had to be learned. The board was charged with examining every aspect of what had gone wrong. The planning of the expedition, the organization of the relief efforts, the decisions made at Fort Conger, the decisions made at Camp Clay, the conduct of all personnel involved. It was a comprehensive mandate. On paper, the investigation would be thorough. On paper, no question would be left unasked. On paper, the full truth would emerge. But the board's actual investigation was selective. Certain topics were explored in depth. The logistics of the relief expeditions, the adequacy of the supplies, the competence of the commanders. These were safe topics, topics that could be discussed openly, topics that led to conclusions the public could accept. Other topics were addressed obliquely, if at all. The question of what the survivors had eaten during their final months was not pursued. The physical evidence from Camp Clay, the bodies, the condition of the bodies had been buried, literally buried, in shallow graves on a frozen shore thousands of miles away. The surviving witnesses were reluctant to speak. They maintained their denials. They refused to provide details. And the board chose not to press. There were good reasons for this restraint. The evidence was circumstantial. The witnesses were the survivors themselves, and they had every reason to lie. A formal finding of cannibalism would serve no purpose. It would further destroy the reputations of men who had already suffered beyond measure. It would bring additional pain to the families of the dead. It would create a scandal that would overshadow everything else. The board focused instead on questions of institutional responsibility, questions that could be answered, questions that led to conclusions the nation could accept. The board's findings painted a damning picture of institutional negligence, failure after failure after failure, a chain of errors extending from Washington to the Arctic and back again. The relief expedition of 1882 had been poorly organized, inadequately equipped, insufficiently funded. The Neptune's captain had turned back too easily. He had left supplies too far south to be of use. He had failed to take the risks that the mission required. But he had been given inadequate resources to take those risks. His ship had been chartered on the cheap. His orders had been vague. His support had been minimal. The relief expedition of 1883 had been worse. The Proteus had been sent into the ice without adequate backup. No second ship accompanied her. No contingency plan existed for her loss. When she sank, the entire relief effort sank with her. The supplies cached at Cape Sabine had been miscounted. The message left for Greely had contained errors. The information upon which the expedition would base its survival decisions had been wrong. And underlying all of these specific failures was a more general indifference. The War Department had treated the Lady Franklin Bay expedition as a routine operation, subject to routine budgeting, subject to routine bureaucratic processes, subject to the same slow, grinding procedures that governed every other military activity. The urgency of Arctic rescue had never been appreciated. The officials who made decisions in comfortable Washington offices had never understood what was at stake. They had never felt the cold. They had never experienced the darkness. They had never grasped the terrible mathematics of starvation. Men had died because paperwork had moved slowly. Men had starved because appropriations had been insufficient. Men had been abandoned because the systems designed to support them had failed at every level. The board assigned blame carefully. Lieutenant Garlington, who had commanded the Proteus expedition, received criticism for his decisions. He had failed to cache adequate supplies. He had failed to communicate accurate information. He had failed to do everything possible to reach the stranded expedition. But his superiors, who had sent him out inadequately prepared, received criticism as well. They had not provided sufficient resources. They had not established proper oversight. They had not ensured that the relief effort would succeed. The blame was distributed, spread across multiple individuals, spread across multiple offices, spread so widely that no single person bore the full weight of responsibility. The system had failed. Everyone was responsible. Therefore, in a sense, no one was. One matter could not be avoided entirely. Private Charles Henry had been executed on Greely's orders. This was not rumor. This was not speculation. This was a matter of record, acknowledged by Greely himself, written in his journals, confirmed by the other survivors. On June 6, 1884, Greely had ordered 3 of his men to shoot Private Henry. The order had been carried out. Henry was dead. This required formal examination. The board considered the circumstances. Henry had been accused of stealing food. Multiple witnesses had testified to this effect. The survivors were unanimous. Henry had taken more than his share. He had stolen from the common supplies. He had, in effect, condemned his companions to die so that he might live. The thefts had continued despite warnings, despite confrontation, despite every effort to make Henry stop. The survival of the remaining men depended upon preventing further theft. There was no way to restrain him physically. The survivors were too weak. There was no way to guard the supplies constantly. They lacked the strength for such vigilance. The only option was elimination. Greely had exercised the authority of a commanding officer in extremis. He had ordered the execution of a soldier whose continued presence threatened the group. The board found that Greely's actions were justified. The decision was controversial then. It remains controversial now. Military law provides for the execution of soldiers under certain circumstances. Desertion in the face of the enemy, mutiny, certain other capital offenses. But those circumstances are typically limited to battlefield conditions. Camp Clay was not a battlefield in any conventional sense. There was no enemy except the cold and the hunger. There was no combat except the daily struggle to survive. Could Greely's authority extend to ordering an execution under such circumstances? The board chose to interpret his authority broadly. The Arctic expedition, they reasoned, was analogous to military operations. The commander's authority extended to matters of life and death. Henry's execution was within the scope of that authority. Greely was cleared. Officially, formally, completely. The families of the other dead men were not consulted about this reasoning. They were not asked whether they approved of the execution. They were not asked whether they believed the decision was just. Their sons and brothers and husbands were dead. Greely was alive, and the matter was closed. The Board of Inquiry produced a lengthy report, pages and pages of testimony, exhibits and appendices, findings and recommendations. It documented failures. It assigned responsibility. It made recommendation for future expeditions. It addressed the execution of Private Henry. What it did not address, except in the most oblique terms, was the evidence from Camp Clay. The bodies had been buried. The physical evidence had been disposed of. The survivors maintained their denials, and the board chose not to press. There were practical reasons for this decision. The evidence was circumstantial. The witnesses were unreliable. A formal finding of cannibalism would serve no purpose. It would not bring back the dead. It would not punish the survivors more than they had already been punished. It would only add pain to an already painful story. There were also political reasons. The nation was tired of the Greely controversy. The scandal had run its course. The public had moved on to other concerns. A definitive finding, either way, would reignite debates that most people wanted to end. Better to let the matter rest. Better to allow the ambiguity to stand. Better to let time blur the details and soften the horror. And there were human reasons. The survivors had already been punished by their experience. Whatever they had done or not done, they had endured 3 years in the Arctic. They had watched 19 of their companions die. They had suffered in ways that comfortable civilians could not imagine. Adding to their punishment seemed cruel, perhaps even unjust. The board closed its investigation. The official record stated that the Greely Expedition had ended in tragedy. Due to failed relief efforts. Due to the unforgiving conditions of the Arctic. The men who died had died from starvation and exposure. The men who survived had survived through endurance and fortune. The other story, the story written on the bodies at Camp Clay, was allowed to fade into rumor, into speculation, into the silence that surrounds truths too terrible to speak. The investigation ended. The controversy subsided. The survivors attempted to return to ordinary life, to careers and families, to the routines of normal existence, to a world that had continued without them during their 3 years in the ice. But for Adolphus Greely, ordinary life would never truly be possible again. He carried the weight of 19 deaths. He carried the knowledge of what had happened at Camp Clay. He carried the accusation that would follow him for the rest of his days. What became of him and what became of the others reveals something about how nations remember their tragedies and how they forget their failures. Of the 6 men who were carried alive from Camp Clay, 5 eventually recovered sufficiently to resume something resembling normal life. The word normal requires qualification. None of them would ever be fully normal again. The body remembers starvation. The scars it leaves are not always visible, but they are permanent. Organs damaged by prolonged deprivation never function quite as well as they did before. Circulation compromised by frostbite never fully restores itself. The physical toll of Camp Clay would follow each survivor until his death. And the mind remembers as well. The memories of that winter, the cold, the hunger, the deaths, the choices, could not be erased. They could be suppressed. They could be avoided. They could be buried beneath layers of routine and distraction. But they could not be forgotten. Each survivor carried Camp Clay with him for the rest of his life. Sergeant David Brainard lived the longest. He had been one of the most capable men on the expedition. A steady, reliable, the kind of non-commissioned officer upon whom armies actually depend. His journals had provided the most detailed record of what transpired. His testimony had been crucial to the Board of Inquiry. His observations had helped historians piece together the sequence of events that led to tragedy. He lived until 1946, dying at the age of 90. The last survivor of the Lady Franklin Bay expedition. For the final decades of his life, he carried its memories alone. There was no one left who had been there. No one who understood what he had endured. No one with whom he could share the weight of those memories. He rarely spoke of Camp Clay. When asked about the expedition, he discussed the scientific work, the early years at Fort Conger, the journey south, the details that were safe to remember. The final winter remained a subject he approached with extreme care. If at all, he had seen things that most people could not imagine. He had done things that most people would not want to imagine. And he had survived. That survival was both his burden and his gift. The other survivors scattered into lives that the historical record follows only intermittently. Some maintained contact with each other, bound by an experience that no one else could understand. Meeting occasionally, corresponding, sharing the silence that was their common bond. Others preferred to leave the past behind. They moved to new places. They started new careers. They built new lives that had no connection to the Arctic. They did not speak of the expedition. They did not acknowledge their participation. They buried their past as completely as the dead had been buried at Cape Sabine. Their common bond was an experience they could share with no one who had not been there. An experience that had shaped them in ways that ordinary life could never quite accommodate. They had crossed a line. Whether that line was geographical or moral or both, they had crossed it. And having crossed it, they could never fully return to the world they had left behind. Adolphus Greely did not retreat from public life. This would have been understandable. Many men, having endured what he endured, having faced the accusations he faced, would have withdrawn, sought obscurity, avoided the public gaze, lived out their days in quiet anonymity. Greely chose differently. He remained in the army. He continued to serve. He rose through the ranks with a determination that seemed almost defiant. First lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general. Each promotion was a statement, a refutation of the accusations that had swirled around him, a demonstration that the Army still valued his service, that his career had not been destroyed by what happened at Camp Clay. He served with distinction in various capacities. Command of the Signal Corps, the same organization that had sent him north in 1881. Now under his leadership, under his authority, he oversaw relief efforts after the San Francisco earthquake of 1906. When that great city was shattered by tremor and fire, Greely was among those who organized the response. He coordinated supplies. He directed personnel. He applied the lessons of logistics and command that he had learned over a lifetime of service. He was good at his job. He was respected by those who served under him. He remained engaged with the world until his death in 1935. At the age of 91, more than 50 years after Camp Clay. And in 1935, shortly before his death, he received the Medal of Honor, the highest military decoration the United States can bestow, awarded for his leadership of the Lady Franklin Bay Expedition, for the courage and determination he had shown in impossible circumstances, for bringing his men as far as he did, for maintaining discipline when discipline was all that stood between order and chaos. The honor came more than 50 years after the events it recognized, awarded by a nation that had largely forgotten the controversies that once surrounded him, by a generation that did not remember the accusations, that did not recall the newspaper headlines, that knew Greely, if they knew him at all, as a distinguished old general who had once done something remarkable in the Arctic. He accepted the medal with the quiet dignity that had characterized his entire career. He did not speak of the accusations. He did not mention the controversy. He simply accepted the honor and expressed his gratitude. But he never fully escaped the shadow of Camp Clay. The accusations followed him throughout his life. Periodically, journalists or historians would revisit the story. They would ask the questions that had never been definitively answered. They would probe the silence that surrounded those final months. Each time, Greely maintained his denials. Categorical, absolute, unwavering. No member of the expedition had consumed human flesh. The accusations were slanders. The evidence had been misinterpreted. Each time, the evidence suggested otherwise. But the evidence was never conclusive. The bodies had been buried. The witnesses had died. The truth, if it was ever to be known, had been lost to time. Greely outlived almost everyone who could have contradicted him directly. By the time he died, the other survivors were gone. The witnesses from the rescue party were gone. Only the documentary evidence remained. And that evidence, fragmentary, contested, incomplete, continued to support conclusions that Greely refused to accept. The story of the Greely Expedition has been told many ways over the past century and more. Each generation has shaped the story to fit its own concerns, its own values, its own understanding of what the story means. In the immediate aftermath, the story was told as tragedy. Brave men lost to the Arctic. Heroes who had sacrificed themselves in the pursuit of scientific knowledge. The details that complicated this narrative were suppressed. The accusations were allowed to fade. The public memory was carefully managed. Later, as the Victorian era gave way to the 20th century, the story was told differently. It became a story of institutional failure, of a nation that sent its sons into the wilderness and then abandoned them there. Greely was recast as a victim, a man placed in impossible circumstances by the incompetence of those who should have supported him. The focus shifted from what happened at Camp Clay to what happened in Washington, from the choices of starving men to the choices of comfortable bureaucrats. Still later, as modern historians revisited the story with new tools and new perspectives, another telling emerged. A telling that refused to look away from the evidence. A telling that examined what happened at Camp Clay without judgment, without condemnation, without absolution, simply examined as a case study in human nature under extreme pressure, as an illustration of what human beings become when stripped of everything that normally constrains them. What happened at Camp Clay is not judged in this telling. It is observed, studied, understood as the product of circumstances that none of us would want to face. Each telling reveals something about the tellers and their time. The Victorians who first received the survivors needed heroes. They constructed a narrative of noble suffering. Later generations, less certain of the boundaries between heroism and horror, told the story differently. And the full truth, whatever it may be, lies buried in the frozen ground of Cape Sabine, where 19 men rest in unmarked graves, where the Arctic keeps its secrets, where silence is the only constant. The participants are gone now. All of them. The last survivor died in 1946. The last accusations faded into historical footnotes. The last newspapers that carried the scandal crumbled to dust in archives. Cape Sabine remains, unchanged by the passage of time, indifferent to the human dramas that briefly unfolded on its shores. What lessons does this story offer? What meaning can be drawn from so much suffering? Perhaps only this, that the Arctic does not judge. It does not punish. It simply exists. And those who enter it must reckon with its terms. The men of the Greely Expedition reckoned with those terms. Some of them survived. All of them were changed. There was no single moment where the fate of the Greely Expedition was sealed. This is important to understand. It was not sealed when the men sailed north in 1881. They could have succeeded. The mission was ambitious, but not impossible. Other expeditions had endured similar conditions and returned safely. It was not sealed when the first relief ship failed in 1882. One failed relief was a setback. Disappointing but not fatal. Fort Conger still held adequate supplies. Another year of waiting was difficult but survivable. It was not sealed when the Proteus sank in 1883. Even then, even with the relief ship at the bottom of the Kane Basin, survival was possible. If the caches had been adequate, if the information had been accurate, if the rescue had come a few weeks earlier. The fate was sealed by accumulation, by the gradual compounding of decisions that seemed reasonable in isolation, but proved fatal in combination. The decision to rely on relief ships that might not arrive. This was reasonable. Relief ships were the standard method of resupply in Arctic exploration. They had worked before. They would work again. Until they didn't. The decision to allocate insufficient resources to those ships. This was reasonable. The government had many demands on its limited budget. The Greely Expedition was one of many priorities. It received what the appropriations process provided. Until that proved to be not enough. The decision to trust bureaucratic processes to respond with appropriate urgency. This was reasonable. The system was designed to work. The chain of command was established. The procedures were in place. Until the system failed. Each decision was defensible. Each decision was made by people who believed they were acting correctly. Each decision was logical within its own frame of reference. And together, those decisions killed 19 men. The Arctic was merely the stage, the setting for the tragedy, the place where the consequences of all those decisions finally became undeniable. The tragedy itself was written elsewhere, in offices where the temperature never dropped below comfortable, in committee rooms where no one had ever felt Arctic cold, in the gap between what was promised and what was delivered. This is perhaps the deepest lesson of the Greely Expedition. Disasters are rarely caused by villains. There were no villains in this story. No one set out to destroy the Greely Expedition. No one wanted those men to die. Disasters are caused by systems, by institutions that function adequately under normal conditions, but fail catastrophically when circumstances demand something more. The men at Camp Clay were not victims of the ice. The ice was indifferent. The ice did what ice does. They were victims of a system that sent them beyond the reach of help, and then failed to reach them. The failures that destroyed the Greely Expedition have echoes that extend far beyond the Arctic, far beyond the 19th century, far beyond polar exploration. Institutions still fail. This is not a historical curiosity. This is a continuing reality. Organizations are created to accomplish goals. They develop procedures. They establish hierarchies. They function more or less adequately under normal conditions. And then abnormal conditions arise, and the procedures prove inadequate, and the hierarchies prove inflexible, and the institutions fail the people they were designed to serve. Bureaucracies still move too slowly. When urgency is required, when lives hang in the balance, when every day of delay increases the cost of failure, bureaucracies still move at their own pace. Forms must be filled out. Approvals must be obtained. Chains of command must be respected. The machinery of administration grinds on at its own speed, indifferent to the consequences of its slowness. People in comfortable offices still make decisions that affect lives they cannot see. This is the nature of large organizations. Those who make decisions are often far removed from those who bear the consequences. The officials in Washington who allocated resources to the Greely relief expeditions never felt the cold at Camp Clay. They could not feel it. They were thousands of miles away, making decisions based on reports and budgets and competing priorities, not based on the lived experience of men who were starving in the dark. The specifics change. The patterns persist. Expeditions to distant places still depend upon supply chains that can break. Organizations still underestimate the resources required for difficult missions. Leaders still find themselves in impossible situations created by decisions they did not make. What the Greely Expedition teaches is not limited to polar exploration. It teaches that systems must be tested against their worst-case scenarios, not their best. It is not enough to design a system that works when everything goes right. The system must work when things go wrong, when the ice is worse than expected, when the ship sinks, when the cash contains less than promised. It teaches that contingencies must be funded and staffed and practiced. It is not enough to write contingency plans on paper. Those plans must have resources behind them, people assigned to execute them, drills conducted to ensure they function. It teaches that human beings placed in impossible situations will make impossible choices, and that the responsibility for those choices extends far beyond the individuals who make them. The men at Camp Clay made choices that we might prefer not to contemplate, but they made those choices in circumstances that others had created. The responsibility extends backward, through the chain of decisions that put them there, through the system that abandoned them, through the comfortable offices where their fate was sealed. These are lessons that continue to be learned and continue to be forgotten across every field of human endeavor. At Cape Sabine, the graves of 19 men lie beneath the frozen ground. No monuments mark them. The wooden crosses that the rescue party erected have long since fallen, rotted by time, toppled by wind, buried by snow. No visitors come. Cape Sabine is not on any tourist route. It is not accessible by any ordinary means of travel. Only the most dedicated researchers, equipped with specialized vessels and permits and resources, could ever reach that shore, and even they would find nothing to see. The place is as empty now as it was when the expedition first arrived, as empty as it will remain for centuries to come. The wind still blows across the ice, the same wind that blew through the gaps in the shelter at Camp Clay, the same wind that carried away the heat of dying men, the same wind that has blown across this landscape for thousands of years. Unchanged, unchanging. The stars still wheel overhead during the long polar night. The same stars that the men of the expedition watched through their months of darkness. the same constellations, the same patterns, unchanged since before humanity existed. The cold still waits, with infinite patience, for anything warm enough to freeze. The men who died there have been reduced to names in historical records, footnotes in books read by specialists. Most Americans have never heard of the Lady Franklin Bay Expedition. Most of those who have heard of it know only the sensational details. The accusations that sold newspapers more than a century ago. The scandal, the horror, the things that make for dramatic stories. But there is more to the story than scandal. There is courage. There is endurance. There is the spectacle of human beings pushed to the absolute limits of what human beings can survive, and some of them surviving. There is Greely, maintaining discipline and order in conditions that would have dissolved most groups into chaos, keeping his journal, recording observations, doing his duty until there was no one left to command. There is Brainard, keeping his own journals, recording what happened with the precision of a trained observer, even as his world collapsed around him, preserving the record that would allow future generations to understand. There are the men who died quietly, without complaint, accepting their fate with a dignity that deserves recognition, slipping away in their sleeping bags, one by one, giving what remained of their strength to those who might survive. And there are the questions that remain unanswered, the silences that speak as loudly as words, the spaces in the historical record where the truth should be but isn't. What happened at Camp Clay during those final desperate months will never be known with certainty. The men who could have told the full story chose not to. They maintained their silence unto death. They carried their secrets to graves of their own. The evidence that could have answered the questions was buried and lost, disposed of by a rescue party that understood discretion, scattered across a landscape that reveals nothing. What remains is a story of human beings confronting the limits of human endurance. Some limits were found, some limits were crossed, and the Arctic, indifferent as always, kept its secrets. And so we come to the end of this account. It has been a long journey, through time and distance, through hope and despair, through the frozen reaches of the Arctic and the comfortable offices of Washington, through the lives of 25 men who believed they were embarking on an adventure, and discovered too late that they had embarked upon an ordeal. 25 men sailed north in the summer of 1881. They carried scientific instruments and national ambition into waters where both would be tested beyond their limits. They established the northernmost permanent station ever attempted. They conducted observations that contributed to scientific understanding. They gathered data that would be incorporated into the great international effort of the polar year. They did what they were sent to do. And then they waited for relief that never came, 2 years of isolation at Fort Conger, 2 failed rescue attempts, a desperate retreat across ice-choked waters, 8 months of slow starvation at a place called Camp Clay. 19 died, 6 survived, and the questions raised by their ordeal echoed through decades of controversy and silence. The institutions that failed them were never held fully accountable. The decisions that sealed their fate were distributed across enough offices and individuals that no single person bore the full weight of responsibility. The system failed. Everyone was responsible. Therefore, no one was. This, too, is part of the story. Perhaps the most important part. Not the scandal, not the accusations, not the horror of what may or may not have happened at Camp Clay, but the simple truth that 25 men were sent into danger by a nation that could not be bothered to bring them home. That truth is more uncomfortable than any accusation. That truth implicates not just the survivors, but all of us. All of us who depend upon systems. All of us who trust institutions. All of us who assume that when we are sent into danger, someone will come to bring us back. The Greely Expedition reminds us that this assumption is not always warranted. That systems fail, that institutions forget, that the promises made in comfortable offices are not always kept in the frozen wilderness. If you have stayed with this account through its full length, you have traveled far. You have traveled with the Greely Expedition from departure to rescue. From the hopeful morning in St. John's Harbor to the desperate days at Camp Clay. From the optimism of men who believed they were embarking on adventure to the despair of men who knew they were going to die. You have felt, perhaps, some echo of what they felt. The cold that surrounded them, the darkness that enclosed them, the hunger that consumed them, the hope that sustained them, and the fear that finally overwhelmed them. You have considered questions that have no comfortable answers. What would you have done at Camp Clay when the rations ran out, when the bodies lay frozen outside the tent, when the choice was between dying with your principles intact and living by abandoning them? What would you have chosen? What limits would you have honored? And which would you have crossed? These are questions that cannot be answered from the safety of ordinary life, from a warm room, from a full stomach, from the security of a world where food is abundant and rescue is assured. These questions can only be answered in the moment, under pressures that dissolve all abstract principles, under circumstances that strip away everything we think we know about ourselves. The men of the Greely Expedition answered them in their own way, under their own circumstances, with whatever strength and weakness and humanity they possessed. Their answers remain their own. We cannot judge them. We can only observe and wonder and hope that we are never put to the same test. The Arctic is quiet now at Cape Sabine, as quiet as it has been for thousands of years, as quiet as it will remain for thousands more. The wind moves across the ice, whispering, sighing, carrying nothing but cold. The stars turn overhead in patterns unchanged since before humanity existed. Orion, the Great Bear, the North Star, the same stars that guided navigators when the first ships ventured into these waters, the same stars that the men of the expedition watched during their long polar nights, the same stars that will shine long after all human memory has faded. The graves are covered in snow. The names are forgotten by all but historians. The men who died there have passed beyond all earthly concerns, beyond hunger and cold, beyond fear and hope, beyond the accusation that pursued the survivors, beyond the silence that shrouded their fate. They have become part of the landscape, part of the ice, part of the eternal Arctic that cares nothing for human ambition or human suffering. But for a few years in the 1880s, this empty place held 25 men. 25 men who believed their nation would not abandon them, who trusted that the promises made would be kept, who waited month after month for rescue that did not come. They were wrong. Their trust was betrayed. Their faith was unrewarded. Their nation failed them. And their story, difficult as it is, deserves to be remembered. Not for the scandal, not for the accusations, not for the horror that may lie buried in the frozen ground, but for the simple human truth at its heart. 25 men went into the ice. 6 came back. And the gap between those numbers is a measure of our failure. All of our failure as a nation, as a civilization, as human beings who send others into danger and then forget to bring them home. Thank you for listening. Thank you for staying. Thank you for remembering, if only for these few hours, the men who died at Cape Sabine. The wind is cold. The night is long. But morning always comes. Rest well.